10 minutes to the start of the 2025 Queen Stage. The Ed Farah staging is in the northwest corner. Come look for me.
Apparently we are.
7 minutes to start, 2 minutes to race instruction from Chief Ref Wade Phelps.
Final stage is sick though. It's like true now. Oh yeah, it's that big. Yeah, are we going out this way?
This exact moment I would put like, but in 10 minutes I'll. But I don't know where you at. Yeah. Actually, right now I'm chilling.
Racers,
I guess they go a long way.
All racers, please stage here.
All right, we're going to start race instruction in a minute. If you're racing the race, come on over. Let's get this going. 5 minutes to race start. 5 minutes is race.
David! Close!
Corner, if we make a hole over here by the ambulance, can we make a hole for North Florida, please? Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us. We got a big day on tap. We got a lot of loops, a lot of climbing. The women's race is pretty soon after us. To keep things clean,
Welcome in from the final day of Tour de Bloom. It's the Ed Farrar Memorial Road Race, 64.2 miles on tap with a little under 9,000 feet of total elevation gain. 8,719 to be exact on tap for these guys today. Getting ready to roll off for a beautiful day of racing. They're going to do sort of 2 loops out there, starting with what they call the golf course loop. They'll do 4 laps of that, which includes a 1 mile climb at an average 5.7% gradient. So certainly enough to put the sting in the legs 4 times up and around that. After they complete the golf course loop, they'll head out on what's called the Joe Miller loop, doing 3 laps of that. After the 3 laps, they head out onto the Joe Miller loop. Very similar training route to the roads that Tyler Farrar used to use. 6.4 mile climb on this one with an average 5.7% gradient, with some KOM points available at the top of that climb as well. They call that the 4 corners area. And then it'll drop down into a fast descent for 5.5 miles of 5% downhill gradient. That'll be a beautiful descent into the finish, and then 1 more climb up. Joe Miller for the last Category 2 KOM option. And then there's a little run across the top of 4 corners with a final climb at 6.6 miles and an average 8% grade. And it is a HC Beyond category climb. Maximum grade of 12% on tap today on the way up to the finish. And there are points and KOM points available there as well. But that's really where this race is going to be decided, on the final slopes on the summit up to the top today. See some of the teams getting ready to start together on the front here. I would imagine a lot of today will be just about protecting those riders, trying to keep your guys up near the front so that when those climbs do come, you're ready to conquer them. Just our Jersey leaders up near the front there. Matthew Wilson in the overall race lead with a 43-second lead after yesterday's second place in the individual time trial. He had a great ride to turn in a 36:03. Tim McBurney, stage winner yesterday for Team Mike's Bikes. All the credit in the world to Tim. Great ride for him to win the stage. But that moves him into second place overall on the GC for Team Mike's Bikes, again at 43 seconds down. So Matthew Wilson's got a pretty good setup here for POA Racing. You look a little further down, Nathan Martin from Alto Velo into third at 46, and then Chris Ernst from Expeditors at 55, back with Caleb Clausen and Ricky Arnapol tied at 59 seconds back behind him. So most of those guys are right around 45 to a minute down, somewhere in there. That's what Matthew Wilson's trying to hold on to today. We're going to see if he can do it over the next 64.2 miles. As looks like that's just about ready to roll out here. Be monitoring the KOM competition out there today as well. As he said, plenty of points on offer for this one. Up and over that Category 2 climb. So we'll see if Polka Dot Jersey changes hands at any point. Wilson leading that one, but Jersey being worn by Stephen Bassett. You see up to the right-hand side of your picture there for Project Echelon. Bassett in second with 4 points, and Wilson leading the KOM competition with 5 here. So that one is much more wide open. I could very easily see that changing hands today if these guys decide to strike out. Matthew Wilson probably going to be focused on that pink jersey. I wouldn't expect him to really worry too much about the polka dots, although there are going to be some small time bonuses available, 3, 2, and 1, although that shouldn't be too enticing for a guy with a 43-second lead heading into the day today. Wilson's POA teammate Logan Unger currently leading the Best Young Rider competition. He starts the day with a minute 18 lead ahead of Evan Larson in second for the iSpeed Pro Racing team, and then Cameron Beaumont sitting in third, also of that POA racing squad. They're really dominating this year at Tour de Bloom. So Unger, I'm sure, going to be supporting Wilson here, but I'm going to guess that they'll do their best to keep Unger in that white jersey as well. Looks like a few more instructions, and then we'll get underway here. These guys had a really tough individual time trial yesterday. A lot of wind out there on the 30K out and back time trial. Certainly going to leave some sting in the legs. Looks like they are ready to get rolling here. They're going to give them a neutral rollout for a little bit. They'll hit 0K and get these guys off and racing. Final day of Tour de Bloom is underway. Good look at Bassett in polka dot jersey. We'll see if Project Echelon makes that a priority for them as they watch this race shake out. The other big question is going to be, whether they entirely focus on the GC battle, or if they decide to give that one up and maybe try and cut their losses, walk away with a polka dot jersey. See the iSpeed jerseys up there. I think that was Brian McCullough with Jack Watson right on his wheel. He's been guiding a couple new recruits on that iSpeed racing team with Jack Watson and Eli Watson of the Bros Ride Bikes YouTube fame. I'd say it's a pretty good learning opportunity for them. They watched McCullough in a breakaway this week, had some great time trial results yesterday, and now they're going to get a chance at some pretty serious climbing on tap today. Beyond category climb waiting for them at the finish, but we talked about that intermediate climb that they'll go over a few times during the loops as well. Not expecting a ton of gaps there. I don't think we're going to see huge separation on the Joe Miller loop, but we'll see. So these guys either about to or just hit the 0K marker here. See if anyone jumps early. That'll be clear indication that we're underway in racing here. They're going to let Mike's bike set tempo up at the front early on. Doing a good job of pointing out all the road hazards. Good ride leader here. I think that's Eamon Lucas. See POA getting their blue jerseys up towards the front. Good to see them ready to contribute here, ready to work. Not afraid to do what the GC lead demands, or the pink jersey lead here. Guess the other part of riding the front is get to choose your line. Obviously the safest place to be as well. Here we go. Race is on. Anyone to go with him here, but he did successfully lift the tempo. I think that's Murison. Just trying to get a read on the number. For the Apex Racing team here. Tag gonna draft that moto right off the front here. Hey man, I'm all for it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Going to get some guys to slot in behind him. Got a nice train going here. Let's see if anyone pulls through. I think this Expeditors jersey. Brake's doing everything they need to. Looks like the problem is a bunch of guys are going to come out of the field to try and join them. Looking a little too juicy early on here. Keep the pressure on here. String it out, single file. This one will snap eventually if these guys continue like this. Project Echelon not interested in doing the work here. You guys just hoping it settles down. Looks like things going to calm down for at least a little bit here. Making their way through South Wenatchee along the Wenatchee River. And then they'll kind of turn off of the river and up into the mountains where the loops start. We'll pick up most of their mileage on the initial loops. Calling the golf course loop, and then out for the Joe Miller loop. Maps and Ride with GPS files are available on the Tour de Bloom website. If you just go to tourdebloom.com, look for info. Tech guides are in there under racer info for the pro tech guide. It's got a map, profile, everything you need there. I also have full results on the Tour de Bloom website if you're following along at home. Again, right there on the home page, up in news and results. All right, so starting to climb out away from the river here. And you can see how steep these climbs are out here in Wenatchee. Road certainly goes up quickly. There's plenty of brutal climbing if you want it. They did a nice job of stringing together some rolling, smooth riding along with the brutal finish climb on this circuit. So I guess it's all about what you want on any given day. Seems like they got it all out there in Wenatchee. Canal's up on the front now. They are one of those teams that only bring a few riders into the final stage here, but they got some hitters, obviously willing to play ball today and put some guys up on the front. POA going to be most of those blue jerseys up there, though. I would expect to see them doing most of the work today with Wilson in the lead, and I think that's what you're seeing right here. Looks like they're starting to take over on the front, at least offering their services here. If anyone wants to work with them and lift the tempo, they seem like they're ready to do that. we go. Another little move off the front. Start with 4, trying to get away here. Call it 6, actually. 2 going to come up to him. Project Echelon in there, but they're going to shut that one down. They got a pretty clear agenda early on here. And another move will roll off the front solo. Place to attack right here. Whoever this is knows exactly what they're doing. You see the guys pulling the plug back there. That's going to cause a nice split. Now, if you want to be in this breakaway, you got your chance right here for these 4 guys. Yeah, see, everyone sees what I'm seeing too. They look at the panic back in the main field as these guys want to get up there. Problem is they're going to drag the whole field with them. That was a great move. That's how attacks are launched right there. Now let's see who can counter it. I can barely see the front here. I'm guess tag jersey, maybe. Be a wild guess here. Looks like some sort of light color. There's another 2 going. This looks like it might be Project Echelon. I see some blue and gray. Just didn't have the snap they needed here, though. Well, eventually, if they keep pulling on this elastic and keep testing this, they will get a group away. It's only a matter of time at this point, seeing how aggressive these guys are on the front. Nice this early on to kind of see how these initial breakaways get established, but I have a feeling on a long day like today, there will be plenty of time to let a group hang out off the front. The early parts on this loop as well going to contribute to the cracking of the whip and eventual snapping of the elastic. This is a pretty technical circuit early on here, so I think they just made the turn. Let's see, that'd be the left-hander that they just made onto the golf course loop. Nice move off the front. Someone getting away solo. Field worried about it at all. They're going to spread out all across the road here. We'll see if anyone jumps across and joins them. That's going to be your best case scenario. He's looking. Doors open. Could be a little surge up the right side of the group, but everyone's going to latch right onto that. Take the draft, and I think swallow this guy up. On the front. These guys certainly trying to get away here. I mean, no lack of effort early on in terms of splits trying to go. We've seen a bunch of riders try and jump away, but you can see with the overall tempo, it's still pretty calm at the back. These guys really not worried about much back here as the chaos on the front unfolds. Go again. Must have been is there a sprint here? And that must be a point sprint 1 at 8.6 miles in. That'd be about right. Again, confirmation just went through sprint number 1 there. I'll get results for you if they become available. So they'll do this golf course lap again. It's about 5 miles. They'll have another point sprint at the end of it, the exact same line they just went through. So they're at 8.6 miles in. Next one comes at 13.9. We'll probably continue just fight and try and get a split with some teams that would want to sweep these points. Nice little jump here. Single file back up to the front here. I got some sprint results rolling in here. Looks like that Project Echelon rider was Cade Bickmore picking up maximum time. He'll get 3 points in that sprint along with some green jersey points. Sebas Brennis was second through there. He's going to get 2 seconds off, and then Chris Ernst at 1 second back. I think this is maybe Brennis trying to go again. Ooh. Tough spot to pull over here. They're going to do their best to get through this. Brennis is 241 back on GC, so he's got a long road to hoe ahead of him. But every second counts. Kate Bickmore knows it. Brennis knows it. Do a little math here and figure out green jersey points. Brennis, I think, starts the day with 25 to Wilson's 29. So he's getting up there. If Wilson doesn't pick up any of these, then Brennis may be able to move into the outright green jersey lead here. Now there's 3 guys trying to get away. Calling for one more on the way up. Another try, and looks like another group going to get shut down here. They're going to pull the plug at the back. They're trying, certainly not for lack of effort. Again, we've seen a ton of moves try to go away. Just haven't seen any of them stick for any more than a kilometer or so. This guy going to get left out to dry all by himself. That's pretty much your worst case scenario, that you start a breakaway with a group and then you look back and find yourself in no man's land. Descent on this road as well. Look at that beautiful view off to the side here. These guys got to be cooking at 50 miles an hour, I would guess, on some of these segments. They're into the legalist super tuck you can do without super tucking here. And they'll give it all back. course loop that they're on right now. We talked about that 1 mile, 5.7% gradient. Well, they give it all back over just under a mile with about a 4% downhill gradient. That's what they're on right now, working their way down off of that golf course loop climb. I think this is Project Echelon. Getting a look. It's like 85 guys left in this year's Tour de Bloom. Pretty good. I don't think they time cut many. A few riders missing due to some injury, illness, maybe mechanical issues, but for the most part, I haven't seen a ton of time cuts. Back to 8 wide across the road. Doors open for another attack. Let's see when it comes. Pretty relaxed day, looks like. If you can hang out at the back and avoid all of this surging going on up there, pretty comfortable place to be, looks like, for most of these guys. Immune to what's going on right here, as these guys are going to take the first 20 spots down to single file. Sounds like POA and Expeditors have been doing most of the chasing and work up on the front. Be interested to see if they're trying to keep this fast, as they should be approaching this next intermediate sprint coming up here. These are going to be the sprint contenders going at it. Brennis looking to move into the outright points lead here as these guys drop off some clothing at the back. And they just went through that sprint. I think I see a green jersey up there. Let me get some confirmed sprint results and we'll see. It sounds like they're trying to get these sprint results across. We did hear Sebastian Brennis in third. We're in 4:42. So Brennis went for it again. He's going to get 1 point to his 2 points from lap 1. That'll be 3 total. Remember, in his quest for the green jersey, he starts the day 4 points down on Matthew Wilson. So he's getting closer. He's within 1 point as long as Wilson didn't pick anything up that time through. You see POA up there probably trying to sweep these time bonuses and points as well, just trying to occupy those spots so that Brennis cannot. So unofficially, Sebastian Brennis now within 1 point of the green jersey. As POA back up to the front, they're rocking those kind of royal blue jerseys with white highlights on them. Sharp looking kit, gotta say. I think royal blue is the color of the summer. Getting a little spicy again up front. A few more guys taking a look. Got a little gap. A story as old as time. The makings of a breakaway. Guy's got a little gap looking back behind him. Let's see if they can get to work. That's the million-dollar question. How quickly do you start working together here? See how Project Echelon goes clear over to the side? He's picking sides. He's like workers on one side, passengers on the other. And that is how a breakaway is ended. brake about as smooth as sandpaper out here. Gonna leave this Mike's Bikes rider out there all by himself. Tough place to be. The breakaway looked motivated, earlier. Looked like he had 4 or 5 guys that were willing to do some work. Now he's about to get swallowed up by this field on the way up. Flying through here. So they are working their way down on the second time. They've just begun lap number 3 of the golf course loop. This will be the final time through. They're going to hit that sprint one more time and then head out onto the bigger loop. Expeditors going to get to work on the front here, start trying to calm things down with a nice steady tempo up here. Looks like that is going to work in settling this group down. much calmer now. I think these guys kind of realized how tough it is to get away here and have learned the lesson of the first couple laps. They're just going to wait for this one to come down to the sprint, sort that out, and then see what the next loop holds for them. Move off the front here. I like it. Again, not getting any help. No love for the solo move here.
Right here, let's see the number. There you go. A little bit more. I want to see the number. Number. 333. 333.
I'm going to say 333. Evan Larson looks like.
Empezando la subida.
Going to stretch the legs out a bit here. Yep. Larson looking pretty comfortable here, but he knows he needs some help. No points for him yet. He does have some points in the green jersey. He's got 2. It's not going to be enough to get him even close to the jersey here, so this is not a green jersey points raid for Evan Larson right now. I think this is part of a larger plan for a stage win. He is one of those guys in top 20s at 4:14 back on GC, so gonna need a pretty monster gap. Might be able to move up though. Get himself into the top 10. To the way that Larson is riding here, he's not really looking like he's waiting around for anyone. I don't see him looking back over the shoulder a whole lot. He's got a plan and he's executing on it. He was going to do this ride this way one way or another, whether he gets help or not. Pretty clear that Evan Larson is all in on this move, and this is how you do it. I mean, if you're going to go into a break, right? Larson going to go all in on this move. He says, if anyone wants to come with me, you're more than welcome to, but I'm going to do my ride and see what happens. tell he's done this before. Good form, getting down, staying arrow. Quadruple checking his stem tube notes here. I don't think I've seen Larson look back once. I hear this from a lot of coaches, though, that it doesn't really matter what your gap is. You can only do the effort that you can do, and the field is going to respond how they're going to respond. So there's a quick look back underneath the elbow. But, what are you going to do? Whether the gap's 30 seconds or 30 minutes, you're doing your best ride, and that's all that you can do. Reporting Larson is cooking along at 35 miles an hour right now. Dude's crushing it. Larson at just 20 years old. Also part of this sort of high-speed recruiting squad. Larson still pushing here, trying to get away. Hearing over race radio that there are some numbers floating around in between. I'm not sure if these are guys that are on their way up, or maybe they're reporting these guys OTB today. Looks like the early climbing going to be just a little too much for them, as they'll fall off the first time up this loop. Larson was obviously waiting for it. He knew when he wanted to go and called his shot as they left that descending section. Been monitoring the intermediate sprint results here. Still don't have 1 and 2 from our second intermediate sprint. Remember, the only info we got was Sebastian Brennis taking 3rd through there. Sounds like Cade Bickmore got some points on that one. He started the day at 4th. Won the first intermediate sprint, which would put Bickmore up to 25 points. And then if he won 3 more on the sprint, that would get him to 28. So Cade Bickmore starting to creep up on this green jersey battle as well. See if we can get a time gap on Larson off the front here. I think he's been away long enough that we should have a good established gap for him. Surprised no one went up to join him. Larson, great young rider, California state champion. You see on his back. Top 20 on GC. I like this move. Just got a gap of 20 seconds for the lead here. It sounds like there is a chase in between him and the field. That includes number 312, Stephen Bassett, and number 407, Alan Schroeder. So we'll see if those guys come into the picture here. So, and here we go. I think that must be Bassett and Schroeder right there on the way up. So Larson doesn't have that much time. For all the work that this kid has done, not a whole lot to show for it here, but he might be able to build some more when Bassett and Schroeder join him. A couple of veterans up here. Bassett going to be looking at the Category 1 KOM climb coming up here. That's what they're on right now, and I think Bassett is going to try and get up here and pick up maximum KOM points as well. Summit of this climb comes 25.6 miles in. They begin this loop at about 19, so they should be on their way up here. You can see the damage being done at the back as the real climbing begins here at Tour de Bloom on the Queen stage. The Ed Farrar Road Race. Here is Larson coming back. Remember, Bassett comes into the day just 1 point down on Matthew Wilson in the King of the Mountain jersey. He should be able to take this one no problem. Especially seeing these guys coming back together. I think this is a good scenario for Bassett. He's going to have enough of a jump to take these points. There's only a handful of riders that will be interested in it, including his teammate, Ricky Yarnapol, with 3 points to Bassett's 4 and Wilson's 5. CPOA, the blue jerseys up there patrolling the front. Not sure if that's Wilson is 3 wheels back right now. That's him in the pink jersey right there, just behind his 2 PO8 teammates. And I think they're just patrolling. I don't think they're up there to try to set Wilson up for a KOM coming up here. We'll see. A little bit of suffering at the back here. Sean Hollenbeck going to slowly work his way back on. Shouldn't be too chaotic up there, so if you just hang in there, I think eventually you'll get the opportunity for things to calm down. It may even be after this KOM if these guys stay on it, but POA riding tempo at the front is actually a relatively good thing if you're suffering, because you'd much rather be chasing sort of a steady tempo group rather than one that's constantly attacking and splitting in group split out. You see a lot of riders coming off here and starting to link up at the back. There's a good look at just how steep this climb is. Brutal on the way out here. Again, these guys are on the Joe Miller Loop right now with a 6.4 mile climb with a 5.7% gradient on it. heading up to KOM points at the top.
Sí, yo creo que sí. Ah, bueno, ojalá la subida va, que el Starling pegue bien y todo. Pero hay bastante vegetación, ¿o cómo es? Porque si está despejado, yo creería que el Starling debe de tirar. Si hay vegetación, creo que va a tirar.
A lot of work being done here. They're only doing this loop one time. Remember, they did the golf course 3 times, but only doing this once up and over. Then they do like sort of a half lap of it before deviating off of this loop. They do go back up and over this climb one more time. That's part of the first half of this loop. And then up through the apple orchards to Mission Ridge Ski and Board Resort.
Sabía que eso se iba a ir para arriba. Dorothy les estaba diciendo. No, pero Dorothy sabía que se venía para arriba. Ella me dijo.
More stragglers at the back as POA continues to set tempo up at the front here. See when we get our look back up at the front if I'm not sure where they are on the climb, how close this KOM might be. But we'll see. They're reporting it's right here. Race radio, and I think we're going to lose it. Race radio saying they are about 200 meters from it, so we'll see if we get some results from that one and bring those to you ASAP. right, so this is on the descent. They must have gone through that KOM. Sorry we missed it. We'll let you know how that shook out. Remember, we saw Bassett currently in second, but wearing the jersey on loan from Matthew Wilson, getting up near the front. I'll be curious to see if he got the points that I think he was after. After the long descent down now. 5.5 miles of this with an average 5.3% downhill gradient. We might have to pick him up at the bottom. All right, we're back coming off of the Joe Miller descent. I think they will just be flattening out here. They're going to go back over that climb one more time, but this time, instead of coming back down, they go the other way for some more climbing up to the finish. So they're probably right around, call it mile 26, 27, something like it. That was probably the right turn onto Malaga Alcoa Highway, maybe? And that would be at mile 31 in. So their next climb comes at 38 miles in. It should be 9 miles from now. Still working on KOM results for you and confirmation of Sprint 2 results as well. Unfortunately, I think coverage out on course is pretty spotty. Pretty calm living back here at the back of the group. They should have just gone through that feed zone as well, so I think everyone's nice and topped off with mid-race nutrition. I just got a picture of some sprint results from out on the road. Sprint 2 has Cade Bickmore picking up maximum points. Christopher Ernst second across the line. And then Sebastian Brennis third. We heard about Brennis, but did not know Bickmore picked up maximum points. Third sprint has Ernst at the top, with Brennis second and Bickmore third. That would put Bickmore into the green jersey as things stand right now with what I think will be a 1-point lead over now Ernst and Brennis. How about that? And so if my math is correct here, Bickmore going to move into the green jersey here on the final day by 1 point after being saved by third place in the final sprint of the day. Wow. Now, there are points at the finish, but I don't know if Bickmore... Brennis might get up there to get some green jersey points. That's going to be his biggest concern. So unofficially right now, I think we got a virtual green jersey leader in Cade Bickmore of Project Echelon. Here are our KOM results coming in now. All right. I like when we get signal out on course. They're going to put Finn Mitchell at the top of that one. Wilson got second. Oh, man, they stacked it. Cameron Beaumont got third. POA went 1, 2, and 3. Project Echelon got Clausen, then Arnapol, then Boardman. I don't see Bassett on this list, so I don't think he got any points. That is going to lock in a KOM lead for Matthew Wilson here, as he nagged some points on that first KOM climb of the day today. There is Wilson up the front, right where he belongs, behind his POA teammates. Pink jersey, not afraid to ride near the front today. Nice to see him taking charge of this GC leadership position. Let's see if we can bring in Rebecca Riza, who was at the start today, has been out on course talking to some of the riders. Rebecca, are you on right now?
I am. Can you hear me okay, Brad?
We got you loud and clear. So talk to me about what you heard from the start. Just kind of catch me up on what your day was like this morning.
Well, I had the opportunity to speak with Ricky Arnapol, who we saw get second place on the plain road stage with that finish right behind Wilson and ahead of Sebas Brenes. He's been a little frustrated that he just can't seem to get that top spot, so he's itching for a win today. And climbing up, I'm at the finish. I drove up that final climb up to the finish, and let me tell you, it is a good one for Ricky Arnapol, so he is definitely going to be one of the favorites today for the stage win. I did speak to Sebas Brenes, as you mentioned, and you are correct. I did confirm that with the judges. Bickmore is leading by 1 point, and Brenes and Ernst are tied behind him. And so it's going to be a very interesting finish for the sprint, the point jersey competition, to see who will win. Brenes can climb, and we saw him finish third on plain road stage on that final spike up to the finish. So he could steal the green jersey at the end of the day. I mean, he is wearing it today. Of course, he was second at the start of the stage, but we did speak with him. He was feeling good. You know what? I'm not a climber. This is a long climb. We'll see what happens to finish. But I don't know. We'll see. The climb is beautiful. It's like 6.6 miles. There's pitches of 12%. Right before the finish, about 1K to the finish, it starts to descend and flatten out a little bit. And then there's a small descent into the ski resort area right before the finish. But before that, it's just a consistent 6 to 8% time. And so it's going to be a pretty taxing finish for a lot of tired legs out there in the peloton today.
Rebecca, did you hear from any of the GC contenders? I mean, is there a chance that they go after the pink jersey and Matthew Wilson? He starts the day with a 43-second lead on Tim McBurney. I'm looking at teams like Mike's Bikes, Alto Velo, Expeditors, Project Echelon. Did you get that any of them had the sense that they were going to try and go for a pink jersey today, or have they pretty much shifted to the other jerseys and stage wins at this point?
I spoke with Tim McBurney. I mean, he's going so well right now, and this is his last big road event for the spring, for the first part of the season. After this, he's switching to gravel. But he's feeling good. You know, a lot of the riders that I spoke to told me, you know what, it's probably going to stick together until that final climb. Everybody, they said, you know, once we hit that final climb, a lot of them previewed a little bit of it, but a lot of them just mainly said, you know, it's going to wait till the final. So, and that.
Oh, I think we lost Rebecca there. We'll see if we can get her back in. Pacific Automation holding things steady at the front as expected. And it sounds like that's what most of the teams were anticipating today, getting into some rough coverage sections here. We appreciate you hanging with us as these guys do their best to keep this live coverage up today. These guys looking nice and comfortable up on the front. Not a ton of challenge to them. It was showing that Matthew Wilson belongs in that pink jersey. There's no question about it. You can see this group has shrunk after all those KOMs. The opening loops went up and over on that Joe Miller climb. I would say this is down to maybe 70 or 80% of the original group. We did see some riders getting dropped off of that. Looks like Rebecca is back in. I know you were also monitoring some race radio and chatting with the officials. Any other big news out on course? I mean, I didn't see or hear about any major mechanicals or anything else, anything that we would have missed from the caravan. Well, maybe she's not with us yet. All right, I'll try and get confirmation on when we can bring her in. Here's a little attack rolling off here. I like this. Nice jump right at the bottom. Oh. Got you here, Rebecca. Go ahead.
All right, did I cut off? Did you hear it? I'm not sure.
Didn't hear your last report, but go ahead and give us a recap.
All right. So basically, I spoke with a lot of the riders. They basically said, you know what, that finishing climb is steep. It's not quite as as we Mogollon, for example, those familiar with the stage, but it's long, it's steady. It really, there's no right. There's really.
Lost her again. This is Quinn Felton rolling off the front here with CycleSport.com team. Starts the day at 7th place overall. He's a minute 11 down on GC. Felton obviously feeling something here. As he's going to get away clear. We'll try to get a distance check for you, figure out where they are right now, and see if we can figure out how close to the next KOM they would be here. See a mile marker there, which I assume is from the bottom of this road.
Sorry, Brad, I could think a little bit more from the signal.
All right, let's try that again. We heard it sounded like most of them were saying that this was going to stick pretty much until the bottom of the climb, all going to be determined on this final beyond category climb on the way up. But We're watching right now Quinn Felton trying to get away. He's going to try something here. He's in the running, minute 11 down on GC, so Felton going to try and maybe open up a little bit of time here.
I spoke with him after the Plain Road stage. I think he finished in the top 5 that day, and he said, he really liked the courses here. He felt good. We saw him going well just at the start of the season when he won that great Crafton Hills circuit stage at Redlands. He's here by himself, but he's proven before that he knows the wheels to follow, and he's not afraid to go off, even though he's riding solo here at the Tour of Bloom. But it's exciting to see him on a solo breakaway. Definitely not one to let escape.
These are the kind of moves that get you back on to a squad. He's certainly showing that he's got a valuable engine in him here. These are some brutal switchbacks on the way up here. So, Rebecca, if I'm correct, I think they're still on the Joe Miller loop right now. They're not on. Are they on to the finishing climb yet? I think this is the second time up and over that Category 2 mountain.
That's correct. Still waiting for the second KOM. The final climb up to the finish is a doozy. I drove up that, and it's beautiful. It's a lot of switchbacks, not as steep as, say, like a Pinos Altos that we saw them just last week, but definitely a tough one. It's 6.6 miles, roughly give or take 10K. The average gradient is 6 to 8%, but there are pitches of 12.2%. And there's really no respite until you get to about the 2 kilometer to go mark. Then it flattens out a little bit. Once they hit the 1K, there's a minor descent, and then it kind of flattens out a little bit before they get to the gravel section for the last 300 meters into the finish. So once they hit the final climb, we're just going to see the peloton explode. And that's what a lot of the riders were telling me at the start.
It looks like Quinn Felton trying to get a jump on that action before they get there, or maybe try and pick up some points here. Felton starts the day with 1 KOM point. He'd be able to grab 3 here if he goes up and over, but I don't think that's the mission for him, so I think he's just trying to stretch the legs out a little bit and see who wants to come out to play, do a little chasing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you got the update about the sprint and the KOM. Were you able to get that update?
Yes, we talked about Cade Bickmore. We think he is going to be a virtual green jersey leader on the road, and then it sounds like Brennis holding on to his KOM lead after picking up some points in the first one.
Actually, I confirmed with the judges just a few minutes ago that both Brennis and Ernst are tied in second behind Bickmore. So it's going to be a really exciting finish to see who can make it to that climb to get the green jersey with just 1 point difference. I spoke with Sebas Brennis at the start. We've seen him, we saw him finish 3rd at the Plain Road stage, so he can climb. However, can he, how will he do on this long climb into the finish? We're not sure. So we'll see, but it's going to be exciting to see who ends up with a green jersey today.
Felton taking a look back over his shoulder. I'm looking to see if maybe anyone is on the way up to join him. We saw kind of a similar setup on the way up to the last KOM where Bassett sort of jumped away to shut down the breakaway just before they got there. I think he wanted to make sure that he had the most points available to him in his quest to try to take this KOM jersey back from Brennis, but see if anyone goes up and joins Felton before they get here.
Yeah, I'm going to give a quick update for our Spanish followers. Que para todos los que están siguiendo en Latinoamérica, estamos viendo a Quinn Felton, el corredor de cyclesport.com. Él ganó el Redlands Bicycle Classic en frente de R. Friday, quien ganó el título ahí en Redlands, pero está solo aquí, no tiene compañeros con él esta carrera, pero salió en el primero 5 lugares en el tercer etapa aquí en el Tour de Bloom, con una subida muy corto, pero no hablé con él después y estaba diciendo que sí, me gusta de estos recorridos, esta carrera, los carreteras, todo muy bonito y si tengo una oportunidad para ir a un fuga, voy a hacerlo. También después de los 3 metas volantes, estamos viendo que Sebas Brenes está empatada con Chris un punto atrás de Kate Bickmore de Project Echelon. Now, sabemos que el tico sí puede subir, sí es bueno en las montañas. So vamos a ver porque hay puntos en la meta, pero la última subida hasta la meta queda 10 kilómetros y, es un poco difícil porque no hay un lugar durante la subida donde puedes relajar un poco antes de la meta. Entonces vamos a ver cómo sale la clasificación de los puntos, pero entre los 3, Kate Bickmore, Chris Ernst y Sebas Brenas, va a ser un gran batalla en estos últimos 10 kilómetros de esta edición de Tour de Bloom. All right, just a quick update there for our Spanish followers regarding the sprint jersey, especially since Sebas Brenes has a lot of fans following in Costa Rica and other places in Central America.
You just see that 1K to the top of the KOM marker. Felton going to use that opportunity here to take a look over the guardrail and see who's behind him. I'm wondering if he's able to stay away all the way through here. We'll get a good look from the moto. Oh, they're going to swallow him up right here. There you go. There's our first look at the front of the group. Front of a select group. You can see that selection being made right here. It looks like they've already put cars into that gap. So this is down to about 25 guys on their way up and over the second KOM here. Felton's not going to make it all the way to the top. He will get caught before they get there. And then it is up and over before they start the final finishing climb of the day for the Beyond category climb up to the line here. But first, we'll get through the second and final KOM here. Remember, Brenes leading this one outright right now. I think that's Eamon on the side of the road. Nice to see he's helping out. And
yeah, the group has definitely been just looking around the ski resort. We are surrounded by snow-capped mountains, so it's going to be a beautiful finish today.
Here goes a little attack on the way up from Project Echelon next. Going to put their guys up towards the front. Remember, last time POA swept this across. They went 1, 2, and 3 with their guys in defense of Matthew Wilson here. I don't know that they were really worried about the KOM points so much as just keeping Wilson at the front, although it is a little suspicious they would sweep it 1, 2, and 3 here. So he has widened his lead, but now I'm looking for either the pink jersey or some more of those blue Pacific Office automation jerseys to make their way up here and see if they'll be able to pull off the same raid that they did on KOM 1.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing right now. I don't know if our pink jersey is in that group. Trying to get confirmation from Race Radio.
Yeah, if he's not even in there, that would be a major shakeup in the scenario here. And these guys should be hitting this one full gas if they got the opportunity here. This is the run-up to the KOM here. So I have a feeling we're not going to be able to pick this on the line. We'll probably have to wait for those results to come in, but we'll see what we get. There's the line right there. I think that's a Project Echelon dot on my screen. Now they're going to make that left-hand corner. That's what they call 4 corners to start the race through some of the prettiest and most scenic apple orchards that Wenatchee has to offer.
It was great. They had several apples for us to try yesterday after the race. A lot of really good apples, Cosmic, Rocket, Sugar Bee apples. It's been really neat to see the terrain here and how much agriculture is surrounding the area. But they're one of the major. Oh, and a great attack right now that we're seeing right now. Looks like Project Echelon.
Well, you said Ricky Arnapol was going to be targeting this one, like the looks of it on the way up to the finish. And looks like he's going to get the party started early here. I think that's the pink jersey right there. I think Matthew Wilson just made an appearance up here. This is one that he needs to take seriously because Arnapol going to be a major factor on this last climb. 59 seconds down on GC. That's all Wilson needs to keep Arnapol to, but it's not going to be easy when the day starts like this on the final climb.
Yeah, we talked to Ricky Arnapol at the start. We have that interview up on Instagram if you want to watch that. But yeah, I asked about the GC. He said, you know what? I like this stage. I'm not really worried about the GC. I'm a little too far down, is what he said. But who knows? He could get away, and obviously the group behind are having a hard time keeping his wheel.
Not sure this is Arnapol. I guess it could be Clausen or some of their other climbers. We'll see if we get a better look here.
Try to see if we can get some numbers from Race Radio.
I think that was 3:11, which would be Clausen here.
All right, so 3:14. So that is Ricky Arnapol.
I'm not so sure about that. I think this
Really,
is. I think this
It's
is
3:11?
Clausen. Yeah, I think this is Clausen here.
Yeah, you're right.
So this actually creates a pretty good setup for Project Echelon. They're going to draw someone out. It's a win-win for them because if they don't chase Clausen, he stays away for a stage win for the team. If they do chase him, then they can try and draw people like Matthew Wilson out and see if they can't burn through some of his POA teammates before they get there. So we're assuming that Arnapol is still back in that chase group. We'll try and get numbers back there, but I can confirm a solo Caleb Clausen off the front here.
Estamos viendo un ataque, un solo fuga de Project Echelon, el corredor Clausen. Enfrente del grupo vimos el camiseta rosa, el líder del general. Enfrente al liderazgo del grupo principal, que creo que quedan casi 8 corredores. Estamos esperando confirmado de los números que están en ese grupo enseguida. Pero estamos viendo, hablemos con Ricky Arnapol, el escarabajo de Project Echelon, que está enfocada en esta última etapa. Logré el segundo lugar en la etapa de Plain 2 días pasados. Entonces vamos a ver qué pasa con esta fuga, si es un plan del equipo que usar Clausen para que pueda seguir otras, pero no sé, no sabemos cuántos corredores o compañeros que Wilson tiene con él en el grupo atrás. Entonces estamos esperando confirmado más números, pero la ventaja casi 5 segundos, algo así, pero vamos a ver qué pasa. Están enfrente del último o el segundo meta de montañas. All right, so we'll wait to see what his gap is ahead. We'll see where the group is behind him.
Lawson at 5th overall coming into the day today. He'll be looking to make up a 59-second gap on GC if that's what he's going to do. But Caleb Clausen also good enough to win this stage here. They got a couple cards to play in this scenario, and looks like Caleb Clausen going to go all in on this move first.
Yep, and they are heading into the final climb. It's not too far up the road. But we did say Caleb last season, I mean, he won Best Young Rider jersey at several stage races, including Redlands and Gila. And we've seen him on the podium several times this season. So definitely one that can take the stage if they allow him to, if he gains a big enough gap.
I have a feeling that group behind him probably slowly but surely falling apart here. I would guess that it's going to be a whole lot smaller next time we see it. And that number will probably continue to shrink back behind him. Clausen staying on it. You see how he gets out of the saddle on the flat section here? Not a chance to rest. He knows he's got to stay on the gas all the way up here. So I would say this is probably about a mile-ish into the 6.6 mile final climb here. Average 8% gradient. He's still got a long way to go here before he gets to the top.
And we're hearing from Race Radio that his current gap ahead of the main group that's chasing is 23 seconds. So Clausen has gained a 23-second gap on the group, the main group that's left of what was the peloton. We're trying to confirm if Ricky Arnapol is in there and how many teammates, if any, that the pink jersey has.
23 seconds. Pretty good, though, for Caleb Clausen here. So got himself a nice gap to work with. And we'll see if he can hold it for the next, call it 5 miles of climbing on the way up here.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, it's a beautiful climb. There's several switchbacks, but there is really no room to recover until you get about 1 kilometer or 2 from the finish. So he's got a good climb ahead, but he's doing well. He looks like he has a really good rhythm at the moment.
See if maybe we could drop this camera back and maybe pick up in front of our field here, get a look at them.
Well, they're saying that the gap has reduced to 10 seconds, so they're gaining on him.
Oh, all right. We're going to see them one way or another pretty soon here. There go the motos out of the gap. That's never a good sign when you're in a solo breakaway. So now we'll see what Project Echelon does. If they maybe launch Arnapol here, maybe Matthew Wilson launches something off the front. I don't know. We're going to see.
We'll see if we can get the camera to turn around here for us. But yeah, we should be able to see them in the picture pretty soon if this gap continues to come down. Last year, Tour de Bloom had this stage the first day. So a lot of riders saying at the start, you know, that was a tough one to have the Queen stage on the first day of racing. So very happy the way the race had shuffled the stages around, and then on top of that, adding this final climb up to the ski resort this year.
Yeah, it sets up a pretty good battle into the final day, and certainly going to sort a worthy GC winner, that's for sure. I mean, in order to get to this point, you had to have a good time trial and some decent mountain climbing, and then today You really just got to be a great climber on this last 6.6 miles of 8% gradient here.
It was interesting talking to several riders, including Arnapol, Tim McBurney yesterday, Chris Ernest, a lot of them really complimenting the different stages and how, there was a stage pretty much for everybody between sprinting, a really good pure time trial yesterday, and then the final climbing stage today, which is really, I think, why we saw so many changes in the jersey leads in the different classification all week. So it's been a really exciting week of racing for this first edition, professional edition of the Tour de Bloom.
All right, looks like we are going to lose picture here for a little bit. We'll do our best to bring those back as they become available. Did also just get confirmation from out in the caravan that Matthew Wilson has been confirmed as your KOM leader on the road here, but there are KOM points available at the finish, so still not over yet. 32 points for Wilson, a 2-point lead over his challenger, Ricky Arnapol, who has now moved into second in the KOM competition here. And then a pair of riders tied at 17 points for third. They're not going to be a factor here, but looks like Wilson got a pretty nice lead in this polka dot jersey. So we'll wait for pictures to come back as these guys are within the final few miles of this summit finish.
Look at this field of Pro 1-2 ladies. This is the biggest and the best 1-2-3 field we've ever had. Thank you for traveling from all over to this race.
We have racers in this field from as far away as Sacramento, San Francisco. We have them from Montana. They are coming from all over the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest to race here at the Tour de Bloom. They're coming down the cobblestones of Orondo into the corner.
Coming in hot.
Bumping, barging, and the last lap.
There's the sprint. There's our leader. 17 years old.
He can.
What was your name?
Ben Allenbaugh.
Ben Allenbaugh. How old are you?
18.
Okay, we had it wrong. He's 18. Sorry about that. We said he was 17.
How many teammates did you have in the field tonight?
Absolutely none.
Thanks for coming out for Tour de Bloom.
Yeah, buddy.
Dad bod! Oh, yeah!
Baby!
None other than Vincent Marcotte.
The field tonight, it was fast. You guys were super smooth. You put on a heck of a good show. What was your idea and your process going into those last couple of laps?
I just wanted to get in good position and then ride the red truck train because I knew they had a lot of girls out there, so I just hopped on and did what I could.
You guys put on a heck of a show. You're the champion. You got the belt buckle, and we're so proud to have you here. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, there's already a celebration going on. Zips up. Oh, stage 2. I got a belt buckle!
Here we go, gentlemen. One lap, final lap.
Tail, and he just drove it so hard nobody could come around. So, but yeah, the boys just stayed off front the whole time and gave me a chance to rest. It was awesome.
Well, back looks like we got some live pictures coming in here. I think this is still Caleb Clausen on the front. And this might be into the last couple of kilometers here. Rebecca talked about a section that kind of flattened out a little bit on the way up. I'm wondering if this is it, which would mean he's going to be on to the last approach here pretty soon. Hard to believe that this is the easy section on this climb, but that's what they're calling it. As Clausen tries to work his way around, I'm seeing if I can get an updated time gap here. I'm impressed that he's still away. I mean, the fact that he hasn't been reeled back in yet after it had come down to what was reported at 15 seconds at one point. Looks like Clausen redoubled his efforts and got away here, so... Sure is beautiful up there. Can't have much more climbing to go. I'm not seeing many more peaks around him, so gotta be getting close to the summit here.
I don't know. I think he has some ways to go. We'll see probably a 5K sign if we haven't passed it already, but I haven't gotten an update on the gap. We're still waiting on that. But it's a beautiful climb. They'll just switch back after switch back. Once you see the snow-capped mountains in the back, you'll start seeing it on the left-hand side of the screen. That's when we know we're getting close to the finish and the final 2 kilometers.
Reached him for a little nutrition now.
So this stage, Brad, we were talking about earlier, named after Ed Farah, who was an orthopedic, or rather an ER doctor, and father of the famed cyclist Tyler Farah, who was actually a firefighter in the area. But of course, we know him from cycling fans. Remember him from the Tour de France and the Spring Classics as the sprinter, and then of course here stateside at the Colorado Classic and other major races. But his father in 2008 was hit head on in a cycling accident on his way to work and became paralyzed. And he actually started the Tour de Bloom in 1999. And so this stage is named after him and in memoriam to him. He continued to practice medicine. He was an incredible person and a real asset to the community here and especially to the Tour de Bloom.
Always nice to get a little local history. Respect to Ed for starting this race. Pretty cool. So now things opening up, looks like across the top of this ridge here. Time board just showed him a time. I couldn't see it on our camera. I think we're still working on getting some connectivity up here. So, Rebecca, do you recognize this downhill section that he's on right now?
Yes, actually, he's going to go roundabout and start pitching up again, but I'm not exactly sure how many kilometers are left. We're trying to still get a gap. We'll wait on that, but at the moment, seeing our neutral service, Elite Racing has been very busy the last few weeks, working neutral service for all 3 stage races thus far.
Back with, is this Clausen?
So they're telling us that he's currently holding a 45-second gap ahead of the chase group, although we're not quite sure exactly who is in the chase book, a chase group, in the moment.
But remember, Clausen is only 59 seconds down on GC. It might be a little more if there were some time bonuses today for Wilson, but call it a minute. I mean, he's getting into pink jersey threat territory here for Wilson.
All right, well, we're seeing on our chat here, the leader is beginning the descent to a left turn into Squilchuck Road, where the final climb will begin. So thank you, Brian Kelly. We appreciate that bit of information, local information. So it's great to see. We'll see who, if we can get a makeup of the group behind him. If Matthew Wilson is still there, we expect that he will be. But how many are left in the chase group?
Can't be many. I have a feeling it'll be an abbreviated group when we see them next. Max out the gearing on this descent on the way down. I appreciate them trying to slow Caleb Clausen down here, but I think he's going to take this one as fast as he wants. So there's those snow-capped mountains Rebecca was talking about earlier. And Clausen going to tuck in here for this wide open section. jersey flapping in the wind here, but as long as it's comfortable and you're not overheating, that's the most important thing. You can tell he's enjoying this. The way that Clausen is just riding his bike here just looks like someone enjoying the descent, enjoying the road. He's got that feeling right now when you're just floating on top of that bike. Got some beautiful scenery, roads to yourself, nice gap. Caleb Clausen's on top of the world right now. Again, I have no idea how much racing he has left here. It sounds like he is still yet to start the final climb. We're going to be looking for a left onto Squilchuck Road. So we'll see when he makes that. And that's 49 miles into the stage with a 55.7 mile finish line. Oh, what's this? Is that a left-hand turn onto Squilchuck, maybe?
Momentarily. And we're looking at about 52-degree temperature at the top of the climb here, so it's a beautiful day.
I think we just watched a left-hand turn. We lost connectivity there. It got all pixelated, but I'm pretty sure he just went left at that dead end onto Squilchuck. Does that sound right?
Not exactly sure, but we'll see here in a minute.
I just got confirmation that is the left turn onto the final road that'll lead up to the final climb here. So we'll use that as our 49-mile marker. He is right around 6.6 miles from the summit right now. And the work begins for Caleb Clausen right here. So it should start kicking up pretty significantly pretty soon. Photographers going to get their last pictures of Clausen on the bottom of the summit here. And we'll wait to see an updated gap. Again, information going to be flying at us as it becomes available. We'll do our best to keep you apprised of the situation. You're watching the same thing that we are at home, and what we're seeing right now is a solo Caleb Clausen on the front and has just started the final climb.
Yeah, talking to Race Radio not too long ago, they are just trying to keep up with so many riders that have just blown the field apart, and so, or at least a chase anyways, so trying to get gaps and numbers, but hearing that these riders are all over the road at the moment.
Just saw a 10K sign off to the side, so we'll call it 10K to go here.
As we get closer to the finish, I'll be heading back out again to get those finish interviews. Brad, thank you for holding down the fourth couple of days solo on the feed. Appreciate it. We've been trying to get more information to you from the caravan on the last couple of days, but I'm glad that I'm able to join you on this final day.
Hey, great information this week. It's been really interesting to hear from all the riders, doing a great job with the interviews as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing from these guys at the end of the day today. I have a feeling you're going to be listening to some out-of-breath guys in your post-race interview here on the Queen stage.
Yeah, it'll be exciting, and we'll see, too, what happens with the sprint jersey.
Go back to Clausen on the front here, staying on it. See him out of the saddle here. What he's trying to do is just keep that average speed as high as he can here. You really can't let off in this scenario, especially on the final climb, because there's going to be, I'm guessing, a group of like 15 to 30 right now, but it probably will be closer to like 5 or 10 by the time they get to the line, if that. I may be wrong about that, but the way that they're talking about this climb, categorized as an HC beyond category climb, I have a hard time seeing how too large of a group makes it to the line together.
All right, we're hearing from our motos, our film crew, that they have just hit 10K to go. So 10 kilometers to the finale here.
Yeah, we saw the 10K sign a little bit ago. I think he's probably closer to like 8 or 9K right now on the way up. So he's getting there. We'll see if we get a look behind him. That's really probably going to be the only information that we get, if we can see a visual gap. I'm not really expecting many more updates to come in here from Race Radio. I understand it's a pretty spotty connectivity on the way up here as well. So we'll do our best. But it may not matter. Caleb Clausen may be on his way to a solo win here.
Yeah, the kilometers are running out. So if they're going to catch them, they need to get moving.
Clausen's still looking pretty good here. Form is good. Not seeing a ton of fatigue. He is starting to rock a little bit in the shoulders, but all things considered, with, call it 7 or 8K to go here, not looking bad for the young Project Echelon rider here.
Yeah, we're sitting at about 4,500 feet in altitude, so it's not too bad.
Keeping my eye out for the next kilometer marker on the road here. That'll be our next indicator. We could try and find some, do our own time gaps. If we get our second moto up, we can create some landmarks on the course, very similar to the way that the motos do on the radio. I think this might be the only view we have of Clausen here.
So we're hearing the gap right now is at 40 seconds. The service is pretty spotty. So right now our second moto, unfortunately, is not doesn't have a good picture at the moment. So that's why we are stuck on Caleb Clausen in this solo break here. But last gap that we got was 40 seconds.
Okay.
Well, if that gap is holding, that means that he has now maintained that 40-second gap for about 5K. He had that 45 seconds before he started on the climb. If he's only given up 5 seconds here, that's pretty good for a solo rider off the front. But something tells me he hasn't gotten to the worst of it yet.
Yeah, and once we get a word as to where Matthew Wilson is, he could be riding into pink jersey today, but we'll see. We're still not sure exactly. I mean, I would assume that Wilson is in the chase group because as we said earlier, Klassen is 59 seconds down on GC, tied with his teammate, of course, Ricky Arnepold, for Project Echelon.
Let's wait just a little bit for the peloton, okay? Yeah.
Oh, here we go. There's the chase right there. That is going to be a little less than 40 seconds. I think that was last reported right there. We just saw that chase group behind him. Looked like about 10 guys back there. So I think Klassen is about to get joined by that group behind him. I don't think there's any point in trying to stay away at this point based on what I just saw when that moto turned around here. I think we're probably going to look at a reset with most of the GC favorites getting back together here. $1 million question is, well, I guess there's two on whether or not Arnepold or Wilson are in that chase group. I have to assume they are. Those guys have been climbing at the highest level in this race. All right, I got some numbers coming in from that chase group.
Looks like Ricky Arnepold is in fact, in the chase group along with Tim McBurney. Is our pink jersey. Looks like our pink jersey is in the chase group as well. So
I think Arnepold is the only echelon guy up there. It sounds like Wilson's got a few with him. Or maybe just one, but he does have a teammate up there. And I think it's Logan Unger, number 355. You talked about Tim McBurney up there. No surprise. After his performance yesterday. And then maybe Taj Krieger also in this. I'm getting 395 reported in our thread here. So that would be Krieger and McBurney from Mike's Bike. So the two big question marks we had, Arnepold and Wilson, are there along with McBurney. Some big GC favorites in this selection as they make their way up to the summit. There's the group right there. Arnepold going to set tempo up at the front of this one. And that's Wilson right behind him. This looks like a group of four to me, Rebecca. And I think we missed the Caleb Klassen catch. Sounds like he has gone back into the group. So these are now your four leaders on course. I think that's Unger at the back. Does that say 355? Not for long. He's going to get dropped on that little switchback here. All right, so that'll be the latest victim of the tempo being set at the front as Rick Yarnapol, Matthew Wilson, and Tim McBurney climb their way to the top. See Wilson looking back over the shoulder. He's going to realize that he's all alone now, isolated with these two guys.
Estamos en los últimos kilómetros en esta final aquí en el Tour de Bloom. Estamos viendo el fuga que lleva Tim McBurney, el ganador de ayer del crono. También nuestro líder del general, Matthew Wilson, del equipo POA Racing. Y también Ricky Arnapol de Project Echelon salió a segundo lugar en el tercer etapa detrás de Matthew Wilson cuando logré el camiseta rosa. Entonces vamos a ver quién va a ganar y también creo que la general, si paramos en este momento, Matthew Wilson fue el ganador de esta edición del Tour de Bloom. Caleb Clausen, el compañero de Ricky Arnapol, estuve en un fuga solo para casi 20 kilómetros, pero acaba de bajar del fugo y luego esta fuga se escapó del grupo enseguida. Entonces vamos a ver en estos últimos kilómetros qué pasa y que vamos a ver quién va a ganar en esta última etapa en el 2025 Tour de Bloom aquí en el estado de Washington. So Tim McBurney just having an incredible week here in Washington for Teams Mike Spikes. It's great to see him in the break. He's been in the break almost all week. We saw him in the break in Plain at that red stage in the circuits, and back again after winning the time trial yesterday. Hablemos con Ricky Arnapol, el que está liderando la fuga en este momento. Si quieres ver esas entrevistas, también con Seba Brenas y otros, subimos en nuestro Instagram. So, si quieres buscar en Instagram, it's Tour de Bloom. Gracias para todos que están siguiéndonos de Latinoamérica aquí en este año de Tour de Bloom. Es un orgulloso que tenemos a probar esta transmisión en vivo. Gracias por Duro al Pedal, nuestros compañeros de Guatemala, que está trabajando con nosotros por primera vez aquí en los estados.
Still trying to figure out how far up on the climb these guys are. I haven't seen any new kilometer markers here. I would guess it's like 4 or 5K. The last check that we saw was the 10K sign. There's probably a 5K marker out there. We'll see if the camera catches it. But looks like these three guys are locked in. You're probably not going to see much action from them until they get into the final couple kilometers. And I don't think you're going to see anything coming from behind them either. It looked like everyone behind these guys were headed backwards, let's say, and I'm not really hearing about many guys on the way up. So I have a feeling this is your group right here, but we'll see. Arnapol looking around, waiting to see if anyone's going to jump him or maybe if anyone else wants to help out a little bit here, but certainly no reason for Matt Wilson to do any work. He's got this one right where he wants it, and then Tim McBurney, I think, going to look for another stage win here, and he's happy to let Ricky Arnapol drag him up to the top as well.
Yeah, Tim McBurney just tagging along for the ride, at least for the next couple of kilometers until we get nearing the finish. We'll see who goes on the attack first. But yeah, the other two happy to let Arnapol lead the way.
You can see the acceleration here. Ricky just kicked it up one notch here. I think he's starting to test these guys. He was able to get rid of Logan Unger. You saw Unger get dropped just a little bit ago out of this group to take it down to 3. And now I think Arnapol maybe sensing that McBurney might be on the rivet right now.
Well, here at the finish, we're seeing some of the first motos arrived at the finish, so they can't be too far off.
This is starting to look like racing in the last 3K. Again, I don't have a distance marker. Can't tell you exactly where they are on this climb, but based on the way that the dynamics of this group are changing, it looks like it's starting to heat up here. See if I can read the time board. Nope. I can't imagine there's much useful information coming in behind these guys from the time board. They're pretty much set to do what they do. Remember, McBurney is in second place overall here. The guy in the dark jersey, third position here at 43 seconds back on general classification. Ricky Arnapol up at the front in sixth place overall for Project Echelon at 59 seconds back. So if there is going to be a gap, it's going to have to be pretty huge for Matthew Wilson to lose the pink jersey here. I think does that say 4K? Yeah, I'll call that the 4K marker here. So 4 kilometers on the climb on the way up here.
Yep, we just got a confirmation, 4K to go for the leaders, although there is no gap for the chasers. There's just riders all over the place, judges, officials out on the road doing their best to get some time gaps for us. But yes, 4K to the finish and the culmination of this edition, this 25th edition of the Tour de Bloom here in Wenatchee, Washington.
Things calming down a little bit. Arnapol letting off here. He's in a tough spot. There's really no motivation for these other two guys to take over and chase here. So I think...
So we just got a current gap for the front group is 35 seconds, so we're not sure exactly who is chasing, but 35 seconds currently to this group that we're seeing on the screen are leaders here in these final kilometers.
Well, that must be going back out because last time we looked behind these guys, it was like 15 or 20. So I don't think that chase is on the way up. I think that chase is headed backwards as these three guys continue to hammer here. Arnapol certainly in charge of this move, but that's going to put Wilson and McBurney at a significant advantage coming to the top today.
So what we're hearing from race radio is there's 3 groups chasing, a couple of riders straggling, but gaps are all over the place. The last gap that we had was 35 seconds, but I'm not sure if that is current, but yes. "25 seconds is the last gap that we're seeing now.
Time board back up and through. They're reporting 432 is up there as well. That would be Alto Velo Racing. That's going to be Nathan Martin. Sounds like he's going to give it a go. Oh, that must be him right there. I think you're looking at Nathan Martin solo in the Alto Velo kit a little farther back. So that's going to be fourth place on the road, and this is 1, 2, and 3. Now Ricky Arnapol having some words with these guys, trying to figure out how they're going to sort out this finale. Sounds like Caleb Clausen is behind him after his valiant effort to try and get off the front today, but not going to be a factor in this one, as now Arnapol is going to have to fly the Project Echelon flag. There's the 3K marker off to the right-hand side, putting our front group inside 3 kilometers to the finish. They're going to put Martin at about 15 seconds back for the Alto Velo rider in second right now. So I believe that Martin is on his way up. That would make sense. He can, if these guys keep playing games up here in this league group of 3, Nathan Martin can certainly rejoin them. Looks like this is our view from the finish line up top. Unfortunately, I think we lost those guys on the way up, so we're going to look for some helmets to appear at the top of this one. Did those 3 stay together, or is someone able to get away from McBurney, Wilson, and Arnapol?
So estamos esperando la final aquí en la subida en esta última etapa. Los corredores están casi 2 kilómetros hasta la meta, con un fuga que sigue con 3 corredores, incluido Ricky Arnapol, Tim McBurney del equipo Mike Spikes, que ganó ayer, y también nuestro Camiseta rosa, el líder del general Matthew Wilson del equipo POA Racing. Vamos a ver qué pasa, qué sale con el último victoria en esta edición, este 2025 Tour de Bloom. El último ventaja que tenemos fue 35 segundos con un solo corredor enseguida de Alto Velo Racing, 15 segundos atrás de la fuga.
There's your race update, a 15-second gap back to Alto Velo Racing with Nathan Martin. At our last check, that was the last time we saw him with 3 leaders together on the front. It is a $1 million question whether those 3 stay together on the way up here, but I think the last time we saw them, they were somewhere around 3K. It's probably still going to be another couple minutes before they get up here. See if we get that live picture back, but meanwhile, we'll monitor things from up at the top here.
We'll get the next update here sitting with Race Radio, but yes, they're in the last couple of kilometers. So our cameras are at the finish waiting for the finish shot. And I will be signing off here shortly to make sure we get those interviews for you here at the finish.
I think this is going to be a photo moto, so don't get too excited yet.
All right, we're hearing that Ricky Arnold launched an attack. Though Matthew Wilson, our pink jersey, zipped up his jersey real quick. It was right on his wheel. So a lot of action in this final couple kilometers into the finish.
All right, so Arnapol on the attack. That's what he needs to do. Wilson's not going to attack because he would love for this one to finish status quo. He doesn't really care about winning the stage today. What he wants to do is win the overall, so it's really Arnapol and McBurney trying to figure out how they're going to beat him. Now, I'm not saying Wilson won't go for a stage win. He's certainly going to follow these, and then if he's there, he's going to try and win the day for sure, but Arnapol and McBurney are really the ones that need to gamble here.
And they just passed 1 kilometer to go, so we should be seeing them here pretty soon. Ricky, talked to him when he said this morning, I am tired of getting second place. I want that stage win, so let's see if today is his day. If not, we'll see who gets it out of Wilson and McBurney and Arnold. I am signing off here so that we can get these finishing interviews. 1 kilómetro que queda en esta etapa de la fuga juntos, como ven en el transmisión.
We're picking up live pictures of these guys inside the last kilometer. We saw Arnapol pulling off the front here. McBurney going to take over, and then that is your pink jersey stuck right in the middle there of Matthew Wilson. I think Arnapol probably pulled out all the tricks that he's got already, so he's going to go back to a defensive position from third spot here and try and jump these guys on the way up. There they are. That looks like Wilson jumping away to me. Took the wide line around, but Matthew Wilson going to stay away here. McBurney and Arnapol going to sprint it out for second and third as Matthew Wilson wins the stage and the overall at the 2025 Tour de Bloom. Your champion in this year's edition. Looks like this is going to be Nathan Martin through the line. Great ride for Martin today. He's going to finish the day 12 seconds down on that front group. That is a great ride for the Alto Velo rider. As you can see the gap that Nathan Martin had to overcome back to 5th place. Now, that means he left this group behind, went on his own, and almost caught that front group. That might be the ride of the day right there for Nathan Martin. Great job from him, 432. Making it up to the front group. And now we'll try and sort out the top 5 on the line here. But unofficially, Matthew Wilson wins the stage, and that'll lock him into the 2025 overall Tour de Bloom champion. Here are your next finishers on the way up. This is probably Quinn Felton. Saw him on the attack earlier. It'll be about 2 minutes down on the day. I think good for 5th place there. That's probably Clausen for 6th. And then it's going to be another. Oh, that'll be the other Mike's Bikes jersey, Taj Krieger, probably for 7. This is, I'll bet you this is Logan Unger in your white jersey. Yep, that looks like a POA kit. Unger was riding, remember, with that front group of 4 before he dropped off at about 10K to go. So he'll be in for a top 10 ride. Looks like some Expeditors. Going to grab 9 and 10, I think. So again, your top 3 on the day, Wilson, Arnapol, and McBurney. And you're looking at just outside the top 10 on their way in right now. So really most of the GC story going to be told already here. These time gaps going to be mostly inconsequential, save for some GC places a little further down. Wilson going to lock that one in. I don't think it will change between McBurney and Arnapol. McBurney, I think, going to hold on to 2nd. Ricky Arnapol should be good for 3rd. He's going to move up on GC. Nathan Martin started the day at 46 down. Arnapol at 59. That might be a close one for 2nd and 3rd on GC, but I'm almost sure that Tim McBurney will lock in 2nd, and obviously Matthew Wilson going to be your GC champion. All right, I know Rebecca is out trying to grab some interviews. We're going to try and chat with our winners here and get ready for our UCI women's race scheduled to start in a little over an hour from now. Be 12 o'clock, high noon local time out in Wenatchee, Washington. So we'll see if we can grab a word with our race winners as Matthew Wilson wins the day and the overall here on the final day, the Queen Stage of the Ed Farrar Memorial Race at Tour de Bloom.
Racers 10 minutes, 10 minutes to start. All racers staging here. Radios are here, race radios, last call teams. If you need a race radio, now's your chance. 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the final day of Tour de Bloom, the Ed Farrar Memorial Road Race. About to get underway here with our final race of the day here with UCI Women. You see some of our big stars that have made themselves known this week. We'll start with Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. You just saw the helmet of Sofia Arreola there, but you see her team getting ready to do battle as they have the new leader in pink after yesterday, Emily Ehrlich of the Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 squad, turning in a great individual time trial, ending up beating Lauren Stevens by a minute 13 on the line. That puts her 19 seconds ahead of Ehrlich on the general classification. Leah Shafi into third place at 59 seconds back, and then Marlais Mejias, the teammate of Ehrlich, sitting in fourth place for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 at 59 seconds back. That is your scenario headed into it. You see they're going to start lining the jerseys up at the front. That's Lauren Stevens and the polka dots off to the left. Mia Asseltine will talk about in the white jersey, your best young rider. And then the green jersey of Marlais Mejias getting ready to do battle out there today. These riders will do the same course that our elite men just did, 64.2 miles total. It's 4 laps of a shorter, easier golf course loop. Then they go out and do the Joe Miller loop, which includes a 6.4 mile, 5.7% climb. Then they come off of that loop onto one last alpine-style finishing climb where they battle grades up to 12% on the way up the HC Beyond category final climb. So Lauren Stevens will be expecting a good day in the polka dot jersey, looking for QOM points as well as maybe trying to move up on the 19-second gap that she's got behind Emily Ehrlich going into the day today. So Ehrlich going to be fending off attacks from that polka dot jersey, I'm sure. Talked about the white jersey, Mia Asseltine, 24 seconds ahead of Georgia Bond, 49 seconds ahead of Ella Brenneman, and 2:13 ahead of Annie Scott in the U23 battle. So CCB has second and third in that one, with Bond at 24 seconds back. Day like today could absolutely see a 24-second gap, but I have a feeling Mia Asseltine and the Comp Edge Racing team going to have a fine day climbing out there. Sprint situation has Emily Ehrlich picking up points yesterday to move her into fourth, but Marlais Mejias still with a nice green jersey lead at 56 points to Lauren Stevens' 48 points. I think Stevens going to be more focused on the QOM today, but there are intermediate green jersey points available today, and quite a few of them. In fact, 9 available on the opening 3 circuits, those first 3 golf course laps. And there are a few riders that 9 points would be enough to get them past Marlais Mejias, but I'm sure Mejias won't go without scoring points on those. There is Stevens in the QOM jersey. Again, love the polka dot jersey here at this race. You see the Washington Apples. How fitting for the Wenatchee Road Race here. Lawrence Stevens with 6 points to Jen Wheeler's 4, to Aaliyah Shafi's 3. Palahil also with 3 for the Valkyr cycling team. And then Pato Bikes, Lorena Villamazar got 1 throughout the week here. So that puts Stevens 2 points ahead of Jen Wheeler. It's probably the battle that we'll largely watch today after they get their way through the golf course laps. All right, so it looks like they're just about ready to go. We are still 5 minutes away from scheduled start time here, so I think we got a little time before the neutral rollout. We saw in the elite men's race earlier today a lot of attacks going early on when they were on the initial golf course loop, those 3 laps that they do there, but nothing really stuck. It was really on the Joe Miller loop, the big and hard part of this course today, that we really saw the first separation starting to go, and then it completely fell apart on the finishing climb. So it is hard enough that there is going to be a very select group that makes it to the top of this final climb today. And I think we have a pretty good idea of what those names will be, because it's going to look a lot like the GC leaderboard with Ehrlich, Stevens, Shafi, Mejias, Rush, Asseltine, Chapman, Villamazar, Bond, Hicks. But there's also going to be some really good climbers on the day today that might find their way to the front. So we'll see. It's all going to depend on how this one is raced. Riders are starting in Lincoln Park. Again, they have a brief neutral rollout for about a half mile, a little under a kilometer, before
last race.
Make their way out onto the golf course loop. That one is about about 5 miles each way around. So the sprints were hotly contested earlier today. I would expect to see more early action in that green jersey competition as well. I think Mejias is going to have a lot on her plate. I think that's race director Ace Bollinger. Let's see if we can listen in on what he's talking about.
Especially leading up to the 2028 Olympics in LA. So, the Ed Farah stage. What do you think? The Ed Farah was one hell of a guy. Dr. Ed came to town here to raise his family and open up an orthopedic practice here in town. He was one hell of an orthopedic surgeon, and he loved riding his bikes. He had a son, Tyler Farah, and Tyler got hooked into racing as well. And what you're going to ride today, is where Tyler cut his teeth with Ed, learning how to ride these hills. That made Tyler a pro world tour and one of the only Americans to win a stage at the Tour de France. Anybody know what date that was? 4th of July. Come on, go USA. Anyways, tragically, Ed was riding his bike to work one day and got hit by an oncoming car and made him a C4 paraplegic. And about 10 years after that, succumbed to his injuries. I'd like to think that we're making Ed proud of what we're doing here. He was always very wanting to put the race on. The first edition in 1999 was put on Ed so that Tyler could have a race and whatnot. So, Ed, I know you're watching. Rest in peace, buddy. Ladies, go give it hell, and we'll see. We're going to have a hell of a party up at the top. Thank you very much. Riders, I know you've probably already been
right, just about ready to get rolling here. Those were final instructions. I'm not sure if you guys can hear at home or not. Talked about some cattle guards on the course, just some course hazards to look out for. They're going to extend feeding today because of the temperatures, so it's going to get a little warmer than anticipated, so they will extend feeding as needed, which I think means that they'll be able to feed onto that final climb, which maybe they weren't going to allow before. They do have a feed zone that comes at mile 38, but still 55 to the top. It's underway. Neutral rollout here out of Lincoln Park as they get ready to conquer what is rightfully the Queen Stage on a day like today. Things out. Going to be omnipresent on the front today with her Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 teammates. That whole squad has a lot on their plate to defend here because they're fighting a lot of different battles out there. But if anyone can do it, it'll be this squad of Mejias, Arreola, McMullen, Ingram, Ehrlich, and Hicks. That is a rock star squad. Pretty well-rounded to defend these. Like, for example, you can use Riley McMullen early on here for the green jersey defense. But then Emily Ehrlich can use riders like Anna Hicks in the mountain defense here. So keep an eye out for those blue jerseys up on the front. Lauren Stevens going to be using her Aegis team as well as they try and figure out how to claw back 19 seconds. We saw her using Frankie Hall at Gila last week on the final day, the Queen Stage there up to the top, so I would expect to see Frankie Hall pretty close to Lauren Stevens' hip into the closing kilometers today in that Aegis jersey. Same thing, you use the other riders early on, Sheridan, Hanel, Pellerin, they can all contribute. But I think Frankie Hall is probably the last lieutenant for Lauren Stevens today. Talked about that white jersey battle, Mia Asseltine and her Comp Edge Racing team, and then CCB with a pretty stacked roster as well in support of Georgia Bond here in the U23 battle. We'll do our best to try and keep an eye on that throughout the day. But first, we're going to come up on some intermediate sprints pretty quickly here as they get underway. I think they hit 0K just a little bit ago. First intermediate sprint point comes 8.6 miles into the day. And there's also a small 3, 2, and 1 second time bonus there as well. So not going to be enough to change the jersey, but it can get you a little closer. And that comes just before the end of this golf course loop. So we'll get one look at it, watch the intermediate sprint, and then get ready to watch them do it 2 more times. looks like most of the team's going to try and wisely, I would say, stay organized early on here ahead of the sprint because, again, it sneaks up on you. It comes pretty quickly here. So if you've got someone in the running for green jersey points here or you're after a time bonus, I think you want to be there. The other problem is that there's a lot of sort of snappy hills on this. Obviously, with these sprints coming up, if we see this one kind of yo-yo a lot with a lot of acceleration and deceleration, that's going to be a big problem for these riders hanging out at the back. So that would be the other reason to ride the front with some of your riders, get them together, and just try and make sure that you stay on the right side of any splits that might happen. Back of the group enjoying what seemed to be some calmer wind conditions than we had up at the summit. Obviously, a lot of times things are windier up top, but I think down here things are pretty calm. You can see a map of the course in the tech guide on the Tour de Bloom website. If you go to tourdebloom.com, it's under race info. Looking for the pro tech guide and then scroll down to find the last day. They got a nice map on there, give you a good idea of where they're racing. But down out of South Wenatchee along the Wenatchee River, and then they start going up into the hills, which is kind of what they're doing now. They're about to make a right-hand turn that's really going to start the climbing. But again, first loop, relatively easy. Second loop, much tougher. Final climb, hardest of the day. It's a step-up effort out there today. Going to be looking for Fount up near the front as well. They have been super strong this week. Saw a good early performance from Jen Wheeler, but Aaliyah Shafi going to be their GC rider at 59 seconds. Shafi is also somewhat in the sprint hunt, 37 points to Marlais Mejias, who's 56 in the green jersey. And then she's also sitting in third in the QOM behind Jen Wheeler, with 4 points for Wheeler, 3 points for Shafi to the leader, Lauren Stevens, 6 points. So that could go today if Stevens maybe misses out on some points or only gets one, and Wheeler's able to take maximum points on one of these QOMs. Have a chance to see a change in the polka dot jersey today. Beautiful views off to really either side here. Some incredible views all week here at Tour de Bloom. I would say one of the standout features of this race would be the scenery that these riders get to experience. So here you can see how quickly things start going uphill when they make these turns and start climbing. Certainly not an easy place to ride your bike, but gotta be one of the most beautiful in America. Getting a good look at some climbing on the front here. Just introduce the jerseys very quickly. If you're not familiar, Aegis over to the left, that's going to be the team of Lauren Stevens. The white chest with pink sleeves. You have Virginia's Blue Ridge on the right side, that white helmet with sort of light blue highlights. That'll be the team of Marlais Mejias, the Cuban, that we'll talk a lot about, who's had a great week so far and looking to improve on it. And also the team of the current overall leader, named Emily Ehrlich, who's going to be floating a little further back in a pink jersey as the overall series leader here at Tour de Bloom. She moved into that jersey yesterday with an incredible individual time trial, besting second place by a minute 13 over 30K. She crushed it. So they got a lot going on today for the Virginia's Blue Ridge squad. Most of the pressure is going to be on them when your team is in that pink jersey. There's going to be a lot of looking at those leaders when there's some chasing that needs to be done. The good news for VBR is that there's not a ton of riders that would be threats to get away. In other words, they can afford to send a decent number of riders up the road. If you go down to the top 5, Catherine Rush in 5th for CCB at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. So that's a pretty serious gap to build up. Anything below that, they could let Mia Asseltine go 3:41 down on GC. Give her 2 minutes, and it's still not really a threat for Mejias. So there's a select few riders that they need to worry about getting away today. It includes Lauren Stevens and Aaliyah Shafi. I would put Catherine Rush on that list as well, but that's pretty much the end of Virginia Blue Ridge's VIP list today. Looks like Virginia's Blue Ridge going to take over on the pointy end of this early on here. Now, remember, they don't need to do much for Emily Ehrlich early on here. What they're going to be working for is Marleyes Mejias in the green jersey. I think Vegas would probably put the odds on Mejias picking up at least some points through these sprints. And she would have pretty good odds to win them. That's how she got into this jersey. That's how she's going to stay in it. So it's going to be a tough challenge to beat Mejias in green here. But that won't stop these riders from trying. She's got to fight for every point. Now they're really starting to pick it up, lifting the tempo a little bit more here. Still a few minutes away from that intermediate sprint, from what I can tell. Nice tractor fan there. What Virginia Blue Ridge is also doing here is kind of establishing their dominance up on the front, letting everyone know that they're willing to work, not afraid to do it. Lauren Stevens doesn't quite have the team to try and challenge them in that way. She's going to try and take this time back on the final climb. That's where she's going to really shine. And then I have a feeling Fount is just going to be insanely aggressive all day today, as they have been, but Aliyah Shafi needs a little bit more of a long shot at 59 seconds down on GC. Shafi, though, would certainly have a chance at winning the stage here, so I think they might be interested in that as well. We'll see. Working their way down the descent, things will go full single file on the way down here. Anticipated to hit that first point sprint, the fastest time they would get there would be 23 into the stage. That's a 22 mile an hour average. But I don't have anything to base their early time on. So check this clock when they get there to the sprint point. Big move jumping up the right side here. Here we go. Some action going to open up on the wide open section of road here. I think this is either automatic or S&M in the orange. And the white jersey, maybe analog. They just lit a rocket on the front of this one. Had some clear instructions. They obviously said get up there and start pushing the tempo. It was a little too easy for their comfort. So they're both going to go up here and start pushing. Caught a few riders off guard back here. You see them recovering from that move. Red goes back uphill. Things calm down again. That might have been enough to spook Virginia's Blue Ridge a little bit. See them starting to lead out Mejias here. Remember, Mejias wearing the green jersey. That's her third position right back there. They're going to put a sweeper right behind her as well. This is just classic sprint tactics. They're saying they're 1K to the sprint. That might have been the sandwich board that they just went by here. So that would also explain the VBR train arriving right on time here. So they're waiting for a jump. See a lot of looking back over the shoulders for those two up on the front. Mejias won't have to, though. She's going to use them as her eyes. Obviously, they're going to want to get Mejias up there, but I think they're going to try and double up on this, too, and try and sweep the second and third spot so that no one else can take those sprint bonuses and just make sure that they lock it in for Mejias here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them sweep this 1, 2, and 3. And here we go. Here goes Mejias. She's going to get there first. And I'm pretty sure they swept second and third, too. I think that tall rider is probably Riley McMullen. And maybe Sophia Areola for third. We'll see. Oh, look at this. Little attack coming up the other side. This is Aegis, the team of Lauren Stevens. Perfect time to go right here, knowing that Virginia's Blue Ridge would have just done that work for the green jersey. Aegis doesn't care about the green jersey points, but they do care about Lauren Stevens' GC ambitions here. I like this. This is really going to push the Virginia's Blue Ridge workers here to shut it down, which they do. I think that might be a Pato bike jersey. Race Radio is reporting it as Aegis, but kind of looked red to me. Either way, shut it down. They're going to push this tempo up on the front. I think this is Fount in the green. That is Aegis right there, coming across into the second spot here. So now Aegis and Pato Bike just got confirmation on intermediate sprints, confirming Mejias, McMullen, and Areola, 1, 2, and 3. So 2028 did sweep it, and Marlies Mejias going to widen her green jersey lead. That's going to be just about locked in for her, with 2 more green jersey sprints to go. And now looks like some of these other teams going to take over. Fount right in the front right here, the green jersey with the neon bike underneath her. Wondering what the Pato bike thinking was on the attack. Guess see if anyone went with her. Pato bike has Lorena Villamizar 4 minutes back, so if they're going to do anything, it's going to be one of these long-range breaks for a stage win. They got some good climbers on the team. If they could get into position and maybe stay fresh, Villamizar, Azevedo, Para, Sofroniak might have a shot at seeing a red jersey on a stage podium today. Goes another move. Is Pato bike again? Gonna string it out, put these riders in trouble at the back. Back together at the front, though. Now you start to see riders get nervous as well. Look at the rider. See how it fans out about halfway through the field? It's riders starting to move up on the outside. They see that open lane and think, you know, seems like it's starting to get a little tough. Now might be the time to start to make my way towards the front. So they're using this opportunity as it's given. Virginia's Blue Ridge back in charge as we go over 30 minutes into the race here. They're moving pretty quick. They hit that first intermediate sprint right around a 20, actually ahead of the 22 mile an hour average now. Their average speed is going to drop once they leave this golf course loop and get onto the Joe Miller loop and Joe Miller segment. So for now, pretty high average speed early on here. We'll see if that contributes to a higher than normal average speed for the day. It'll be interesting to see what they do at this intermediate sprint next time through. I'm not even sure if anyone tried to challenge them or if they're just going to keep their powder dry all day today. I didn't see many sprints behind them. So this one may be shaken out in the green jersey competition heading into these last two, but what they can do is make this race as tough as possible and try and wear some of these riders out a little bit. Back on the descent here, and then they'll be hitting that next sprint line pretty soon. See the green jersey back up to the front. This is eerily similar to the way that the first lap went down. You notice how Emily Ehrlich doesn't really get involved with these. The pink jersey is maybe 4 or 5 wheels back there. She's in the wind a little more than she should be here, though. Ehrlich coming out of Detroit area up in Michigan. Came to the sport late, certainly didn't grow up as a bike racer, but I know my colleague Frankie Andreu saw the early talent in her when she started riding, and now one of the best in the country, one of the best in the world. Just won a Pan Am gold medal in the individual pursuit. So, no surprise to see that talent in pink here at Tour de Bloom. First time that Virginia's Blue Ridge has challenged a lot of these riders in the U.S. this year. A lot of their riders were busy with early spring campaigns, including Pan Ams. And so they didn't race at Redlands or Gila. But they have stormed back onto the scene here this week at Tour de Bloom with a pink and green jersey. They're going to use Anna Hicks here early on the flats. Contributing what she can to keep this tough. Coming back up to the sprint here. They're about 1 kilometer out from it. Man, this is going to be the exact same setup as last time. It went Mejias, McMullen, Areola, and I think they're going to swap out Hicks and Ingram now up on the front. Now Mejias checking her shoulder. Just making sure, a little insurance policy. go. It's going to be down to 200 meters. They're going to start to jump here. VBR starts to lead out. Mejias unchallenged. They should be able to sweep this one. There's 1 and 2. And I think McMullen got across there for third. So Virginia's Blue Ridge will sweep it again. 1, 2, and 3 on the green jersey. Little action coming off of the turn here as the road goes back uphill. This is going to be CCB with a nice move off the front. She's going to take Pato Bike, LA Sweat, Virginia's Blue Ridge. Oh, 2 Virginia's Blue Ridge jerseys there. Well, not going to be enough to keep it rolling, though. Confirming Sprint 2 results with Marleas Mejias taking maximum points, Sofia Arreola in second, and Riley McMullen third in the second of 3 intermediate sprints. So McMullen and Arreola switch spots, but Mejias picking up her second intermediate sprint to lock in the green jersey. Look at the Fount lineup up at the front here. Pretty much got the whole squad on deck. Well, things are going to calm down a little bit here, but nice to see some new teams setting tempo up the front. CCB and Orion getting some riders up there. Seen some good performances from Orion Racing's Anna Durovsky over the last few days. Cheyenne Noble getting up there as well. She's been doing some work. And then CCB, obviously, with Catherine Rush, Georgia Bond. Rush was 6th on the day yesterday and a 5th overall. We also got Ella Brenneman at 16th on GC, which puts her in 3rd in the U23 category. Looks like the tempo picking up again. Going to string out a little bit more. All right, back up to the front. They are pretty close to the 22-mile-an-hour average now, so third sprint about 10 minutes away from now, and then that'll be their last time on the golf course circuit before they begin what they call the Joe Miller circuit, which includes one of the biggest climbs of the day. They say one of because we have the beyond category finishing climb coming up, but first, they'll hit the 6.4-mile, 5.7% average gradient climb up Joe Miller Road. Before a 5.5-mile, 5.3% down the other side. They're going to do that climb twice, and then it's up the finishing climb. So 3 times up the relatively easy climb, 2 times up the Joe Miller climb, and then 1 time up the beyond category finish. See a lot of the apple orchards along the course today. There'll be some more as they go up high towards the summit today, picking up 8,719 feet of total elevation gain, going up to the Mission Ridge Ski and Board Resort up at the summit of today's climb. Finishing climb 6.6 miles, average grade of 8%, tops out at 12% on the way up. Love this descent. This looks so fun to ride. This looks like a great road. Beautiful views off to the right-hand side. Long, flowing descents, fast riding. You get to tuck in. It's got to feel like you're flying out there. Say, in fact, they're probably going to break the speed limit on the way down here. Cooking well above 25 now. this road looks familiar and this scene looks familiar, it's because it is. The Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 team has ridden this section the exact same way for the last 2 laps, and they're about to do it again for a 3rd time to deliver Marleas Mejias one last batch of points here in the green jersey. She's going to make sure the team has got the plays. And they'll set it up. Here comes Sahamba, maybe not. This might be the cyclery. Moved up quickly, got themselves up there. I think that's a coalition jersey with the blue sleeve coming up the left side of the group as well. Going to get into the mix. One of the Aegis riders tucked in. She's going to go just behind Mejias right now. I'm looking to see if anyone's going to start jumping up the left side here. I don't see it yet. Probably not coming. Remember, Virginia's Blue Ridge has swept these first 2 sprints, 1, 2, and 3, both times, with Ariola and McMullen coming in behind Marleas Mejias. I don't see any reason to expect any different this time. Here comes Fount. They got a nice little setup here. Fount going to challenge Virginia's Blue Ridge with this train coming up the left side here. If nothing else, they're at least putting some pressure on him. Fount trying to keep it neck and neck here. Virginia's Blue Ridge going to pull back off here. You see how they're cheating the road way to the right-hand side here. Trying to make sure that they've only got to worry about one side getting jumped. That way they only have to look over the left shoulder. Here's the drop-off for Mejias. I think Ariola is going to be the last one to send her to the line. And there they go over it. I'll get confirmed results up at the front. Looks a lot like 3 Virginia's Blue Ridge jerseys to me. We'll wait and get confirmation here, but again, going to be inconsequential. Mejias has this green jersey locked down. She is going to be your 2025 green jersey winner at the Tour de Bloom. So now with the 3rd intermediate sprint behind us, it's time to say goodbye to this golf course circuit and say hello to the Joe Miller circuit and Joe Miller climb up Joe Miller Road, which will include the Category 2 QOM coming up. Aegis going to go big on this one. stacking it at the front right now. Intermediate sprint results coming to us as well. And it's going to go Mejias, Areola, and McMullen again. 1, 2, and 3. So that'll confirm it and lock in green. Back up to the front with Fount. I think this is Jen Wheeler. Wheeler, former overall winner of Tour de Bloom. She's going to know this one well. Been an incredible force in this women's peloton, not only as a rider, but obviously as a coach and team owner as well. Big part of the success of that Fount Guild and of the individual riders, including Aaliyah Shafi. Fount team has an incredible ability to identify and foster talent. They call it a Joe's to Pros pipeline, but it's really about finding extremely talented people and figuring out how they can apply that talent to the sport of professional cycling. We've seen the rise of Minoru Minagawa, Lexi Snover, and of course Aaliyah Shafi. It's been a big block for those riders. I'm pretty sure all three of them, Alexi, I think this whole squad raced at Redlands. I don't think all of them did Gila. But either way, this early May date brings a pretty big block for most of these racers to wrap things up, and it's been an extremely successful early season campaign for Fount. Fount knows how to have fun too. I saw the team put together a little edit music video thing. I was pretty impressed. I was happy to make a cameo at the end. I'm hoping I can get some more of my lines sampled for the next version. So I don't know if they want to send in any requests or anything, but I think the line was Fount too fast. Maybe they can sample that. Fount too fast. Fount too fast. Go Fount, go. Let's go Fount. See if that turns into another post. Tempo picking up here on the front. big effort on the front now. Fount driving this one on the flats. They're going to kick some riders out of the back of this if they keep riding like that. Getting a little chaotic. I think some riders get nervous seeing that tempo lift. Going to set up for the turn here as well. So again, they're now off of the golf course circuit. And Fount going to hit this one hard on the front. This is Jen Wheeler's experience right here. This is Jen Wheeler knowing exactly what she needs to do. This is Jen Wheeler having ridden these roads hundreds, if not thousands of times. And making it pretty clear that she told this Fount squad it's all hands on deck at the front. Here's Lauren Stevens getting up there as well. They're going to be coming up to their first QOM as well. I think they just made that right turn onto Joe Miller Road. So they're headed up to the Category 2 climb right now. That will be when they hit this QOM, they're going to be looking at 25 miles in, so that's right around 50 miles to go. And they're moving pretty quick. Well, you can really see the difficulty start to rear its ugly head in this field as now the gaps start to open up here on the Category 2 Queen of the Mountain climb that they're on right now on the Joe Miller segment. See Karen Stern, the coalition rider, doing a nice job hanging in there, trying to hold on as Fount continues to crush it on the front. Some stragglers back here. A lot of this will depend on how it's raced, but it's not over yet. If you get dropped on this climb, there is going to be a chance to get it back on, but not if Jen Wheeler keeps hammering it on the front here. This express package coming up the right side. This might be a bottle delivery. Maybe just found herself a little too far back and realized that that was not in the job description today. Look at the gorgeous views behind them. Love this circuit. Don't love the suffering that comes with getting to these views at the back. But if you're not racing it, it's a great place to take in the scenery. See the group continuing to thin out here. They lost about 15 riders off the back here. They're going to do this climb again, so figure they lose another 15, and then it completely explodes onto the final climb. But all the usual suspects are there. No major players have lost contact with this group yet, but what they are doing is writing checks that they're going to have to cash later today thanks to these Fount jerseys on the front. Trying to ID some teams a little further back. Looks like Team S&M back there with some jerseys. Pato Bike has been pretty close to the front. I know Rebecca had a chance to chat with Lorena Villamazar. We're going to have Rebecca try and join a little bit later and relay some of those stories that she heard from this morning's interviews. She's been on the ground all week in Wenatchee, keeping an eye on things and chatting with the riders there, doing a great job with the social media posts as well. So keep an eye out for some finish interviews today as well. Continuing up this climb, you can see how much elevation gain they're picking up here again. Total elevation gain today of 8,719 feet total. Large chunk of that coming right here. You can see they just descended out of that valley floor, and still quite a ways to go here on the way up to the Category 2 climb. Impressively large group remaining here after that initial climbing. With Fount putting the pressure on, I would not have been surprised to see more riders under duress at the back. This is a select group for sure. Partially because of the climb. Some of these riders back there because of a little bit of bad luck. Hearing on race radio now, Caitlin Walcroft receiving service for the Comp Edge Racing team. She's got some sort of mechanical issue maybe, unless she's just back at the cars. They're just saying receiving service. I'm not sure what that is. Things are calming down, though. This is nowhere near max effort for these riders on the front, but we heard some of the riders say yesterday a big part of the success today is making sure you don't front load this too much. Unfortunately, I think we're going to lose connection on this brief segment of the climb. They're on their way up to the QOM, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if we can't get a look at them as they go through. Otherwise, we'll have results from, there we go, right now. Looks like the explosive climbing starting out of the saddle on the front here. See Lauren Stevens a little further back, not panicking yet. She is getting swallowed up by this group, though. I think they still got a little ways to get to the top here. I think might have been found just using that little steeper section to their advantage. Again, trying to make it tough. Speaking of tough, Marleas Bahias hanging tough back there in the other green jersey. That would be the bright green jersey you see back there. Just watched her lock in the sprint competition. So now she can turn her attention to the overall battle. Stevens waiting to attack. She's thinking about it. Gonna give it a taste. Aegis just going to set tempo on the front here. No one immediately jumped. Here's the aftermath at the back. Riders continue to come unglued. Selection continues to get narrower. Got a feel for these riders on a day like today. Ella Brenneman dumping some water over her back. Again, they did extend feeding because of the temperatures today, so I guess consider these extenuating circumstances. Back to single file here. This one's going to break at any time. In fact, already starting to see some major gaps opening up here. Looks like that is going to be your first booster rocket burned by Fount as Jen Wheeler going to go OTB here, having done what she needed to do. Mission accomplished for Wheeler today. On that Fount squad, dropped her riders off, got them there, and now onto the slopes of the climbs here. I think I still see the pink jersey of Emily Ehrlich hanging in here. Ehrlich won't have a ton of pressure on her today on to the final HC climb. Just not really her specialty. She's been pretty much full-on training for her Pan Am track campaign. That is a much, much different fitness than you need to do well in a 2.5-hour road race with a beyond category climb up to the finish. So we'll see what their play will be for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. And if it is Marley's Mejias, how they plan to overcome this minute 38 gap. Well, what is only, I correct myself, what would only be a 25-second gap, call it, to Ehrlich. Or to Stevens, sorry. Moto going to scoot ahead here as I think they are just approaching this first QM. There's more coming unglued off the back, like popcorn out there. Ariel Martin Verhaeren fighting back on, number 141 right there. Sometimes these are the best stories in the race. The problem is she's fighting onto a group that's getting gapped off itself. Not going to be many riders left at the front. It'll largely depend on whether or not this regroups as they go up and over. That's going to be a big factor in how the rest of this race plays out today. Back up and over the Pacific Northwest switchbacks. It's down about 6 on the front here. They've got to be hitting this QOM soon. Aegis pushing really hard up here on the front. Here's a look at Fount with Elizabeth Dixon. And they're inside 1K to the top of this Category 2 climb. This will probably be the end of Ehrlich up here as well. So we'll have to start taking inventory of who makes the split and whether or not they're a GC threat, as more riders fall victim here at the back. Doing what they can to try to stay on. There's Andrea Sear working her way up. This is going to be your selection right here, and I have a feeling this is probably the same group that we see going to the line on the final climb today as well. So this is probably Shafi, Snover, and maybe Minagawa left up at the front for Fount, as Sear has done her work. So now we go back up to the front group. Not sure which Aegis. Actually, I think it's 2 Aegis riders with Lauren Stevens here. Probably Hall and Sheridan would be my guess. There's a good look at the little gap that they've built up for themselves. 200 meters to the QOM now. We'll get those results as they come in over the radio. We're going to lose video with them here for a bit, but we'll pick them back up as they come back into range. Back with live pictures as they go up and over the QOM, working their way down. We're going to get those results out to you shortly here. They'll do about a half of this lap, do it one more time, and then they're on to the final climb of the day here. So about an hour of racing left for our UCI women, but it's going to be about the toughest hour of racing that they'll face all week here. Looks like these are the remnants of that group. Let's start identifying riders, starting with Catherine Sheridan, number 23 there. As predicted, Frankie Hall is the other ageist rider here with Lauren Stevens. That's got to be Aaliyah Shafi up there in the green fountain jersey. And then once this rider on the front sits up, I'll try and get a look at that. It's probably the polka dot jersey. Oh, that's Lauren Stevens up there. Sure who else I'm missing here, but they're going to drive the descent. QOM results are in. Frankie Hall picking up maximum points, followed by Lauren Stevens into second, and then Aaliyah Shafi taking third. So Stevens going to widen her lead up to 18 total points now. Frankie Hall is in what I think will be second with the 15 she just picked up on that cat too. This group has to decide if they want to keep pushing each other and see if they can't stay away all day. It's like Fount having a little chat back there with Paula Giel. I think they may be teaming up here with Shafi and Giel. This is already separated into the 5 best climbers at the Tour de Isla right now. There's no question about it. You are looking at the elite front group right here, and they still got one more time to go over that climb, and then the final time of the finishing climb here. This is... Yeah, see, and there's a lot of talking going on in here. We saw Shafi and Giel chatting. Now we're watching Lauren Stevens and her Aegis team try to figure out how they're going to play this one. They got the numbers. I mean, they got 3 riders in this group. They make up half of the riders in the breakaway. So really all they have to do is figure out what to do about Shafi and Paula Giel. There's a group coming up behind them. I think they're probably going to regain contact here, coming on like a freight train on their way up to these riders. So what was an elite group of the 5 climbers in this race is now going to become an amalgamated group of 20 or so as they come back together at the front. But that won't be the last time we see that group. They're going to do that exact same thing up the next QOM, and then for a while at least, we're going to see that group back together off the front on the final climb. All right, so there is the reset. Gives you a good chance to recover a little bit, knowing that you're about to get hit again with that Category 2 climb. I think pretty much everyone in here needs the rest. They're all going to use the opportunity here to grab some food, grab some drink, talk a little strategy. Not these two. They gone. Look at this. I think Fount going to launch a little surprise on him here. Was a great effort. They got a gap. They got 2 chasing. They're going to split this group again. Way to go. Let's see if we can ID these riders up here. I suspect it was Fount that led them away. Fount has been so aggressive so far today, and I think they're going to continue their aggressive ways here with this move. Here we go again, back on the circuit and back to single file here. After this brutal attack on the front that is now just going to turn into some generally fast pace setting. Could look a little further back at that group. Even a few struggling to keep tempo before they get to the climb here. They make that right-hand turn, and up, up, up goes the road. He's going to spread out again. Generally slow down here. Chance to reset. I think that's Emily Ehrlich right there in the pink, surviving so far here. Right in the middle of this group, front and center here. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there's the bright green jersey back there. I think that's Marlies Mejia's back left. I think I just see her right sleeve right there. So green and pink have made it. I'm not sure if Mia Asseltine is in here. Might be her in the white right there. Be the next one I try and figure out. Looks like Aegis going to dump their bottles over Lauren Stevens and reload. No more casualties on the back of this group yet. Only a matter of time, though, before someone hits this again. Once they go back over the top of this QOM, it's a left hand instead of a right hand. And then it's one more turn before the climb starts, but it comes pretty quickly after they hit the QOM. So when this one goes, it's going to go hard. This is going to be their opportunity now to grab as many calories as you can, try and top up those bottles, do whatever you can to help your team leader, because this one's about to get hard again. Aaron Stevens paying a little more attention at the front now after, I think, watching that Fount assault on the way up last time. She's going to take notice and be a little more on her toes. Seeing some more riders. Look at this, making their way back up. Big old group about to join the back of these riders. They're going to fight their way back up here. Been working their way through the caravan. And this will be 5 or 6 more into the front group. Here's Aegis up to the front to drop bottles and food. It's hot out there. Again, they did extend feeding because of the warm temperatures, and you're seeing a lot of riders just dumping those bottles right over their heads. Here comes Fount back up to the front. The same way that we saw Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 line this up the same way every time for the intermediate sprint coming up. I think we're going to see Fount attack this Category 2 climb the same way again here as they all start to amass back up towards the front. This is like watching sharks circling. Starting to feel the pressure here. You can see the road behind them kicking up even steeper now. And you can see the nerves in the group as these riders start popping out to the left side of the group. Making sure that when this does start popping off, they're able to respond to it. All right, let's bring in Rebecca Riza, who has just made it to the finish. She was at the start earlier today. It'll be her second time up this climb today. Rebecca, does it look any easier this time?
No, it doesn't. And actually, it looks a little bit tougher because the temperatures have gone up a little bit. I spoke with several riders at the start. I mean, different teams. They told me, yes, we're definitely going to be using those ice socks today to try to help us keep cool up this climb.
Brutal out there. We're noticing a bunch of riders taking bottles right now. They're kind of using this opportunity before they hit this next QOM. I've been super impressed with Fount. They've had a great ride today, really lining it up on the front. It was Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 dominating early on, but right now looks like Fount is ready for a fight today. Did you get any sense from them on the start line this morning that this would be the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke briefly with Jennifer Wheeler, and they're just, looking forward very much to the finishing climb. So we'll see how Aaliyah does. I tried to get Minari on an interview. She's a little shy, but yeah, I mean, Fount has a lot of cards to play.
know we talked a little bit about the pink jersey battle as well. Emily Ehrlich sounds like going to be the wild card on that final climb. And then if she's not there, what does Virginia's Blue Ridge do in the GC scenario? Do they try and get Marlaes Mejias up there?
Yeah, I spoke with Emily Ehrlich. You can actually find that interview that we just posted on Instagram. But she was telling me how challenging it's been now that she's focused more on the track. She's been training a lot for the track this season, juggling road versus track because, she's like, I've definitely not done a lot of climbing lately. So she said, I'm looking forward to enjoying the stage today.
We'll see how much she's enjoying it on the Beyond category final climb. She might be wishing she was back on the velodrome at that point, but we'll see what the day holds for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028. They've already locked in the sprint jersey. I think Marlaes Mejia is going to be the outright winner of that, barring any major changes on the finish. So this one really, at this point, is about this last QOM sprint coming up, and then the final climb up to the finish. See Lauren Stevens in the polka dot jersey there. She's been really quietly kind of just doing what she needs to do so far this week, starting with the early stages. Got a second on the individual time trial yesterday, still a minute 13 down on Emily Ehrlich. Ehrlich had such a good time trial yesterday, such an impressive rider. But now Lauren Stevens at 19 seconds. She's really in the best spot here. If you take Emily Ehrlich out of the discussion, assuming that her track fitness doesn't translate to this final climb and she gets left out of the group, that pretty much puts Lauren Stevens as your GC leader on the road. And I don't know that there's many riders that can beat Stevens to the top of this climb. Looking at Shafi, Mejias, Rush, Asseltine, Chapman. She's one of the best climbers in this group, so it's going to be tough to beat her by, let's say, 40, 30 seconds, whatever Aliyah Shafi would need to take over from Lauren Stevens here.
Yeah, we saw her defend her title at Gila, and that's got a lot of climbing, winning that Mogollon stage 2 years in a row. So Lauren Stevens definitely can climb, even, as a veteran of the domestic racing and racing over in Europe. She's definitely one to a danger in that group for her rivals there. What's neat about these kinds of races is meeting and learning more about riders like Paulo Gil Echevarria, for example, from Spain. We don't know a lot about her, but she did a great ride on Sunday on the plain road stage. She finished just out, or actually she finished third. And this was the day after she had told me she wasn't feeling great. So obviously she had a good night's sleep and recovered well overnight, because she's been doing well ever since. We also spoke with Lorena Villamizar at the start, the Colombian rider for Pato Bike. She's been eyeing this stage in particular, not quite as high in altitude as she's used to at home, but definitely looking to the longer climb that should suit her today.
You talked about Paula Gil having a great week. She's had a great day today. She was part of that initial selection going up and over the first QOM. It went down to a select group of 5, and Paula Gil was part of them. So I think she's going to be on good form for this final climb. She might be the wild card for the finish today that could have a good podium result or maybe even a stage win. It'll be interesting to watch that one. But, yeah, it's a great chance to learn about more riders coming to race here in the U.S., kind of experience what the U.S. has to offer. And I think as we've proved over the last few weeks, there's plenty on offer for international riders that want to come race road in the United States.
Well, and Paula is living in Portland at the moment, so she and Leah Shafi have become training partners. So it was pretty neat to see them finish second and third on Sunday. So good camaraderie between the two girls, the two women, and the teams here. So it's just been a really neat 5 days of racing, getting to see all these women really shine this week.
Road kicking uphill again. Riders going to jump out of the saddle here, keep this tempo high. I expect to see that same selection made when they go back up and over here, and then probably all the way on to that final climb We saw some small breakaways away in the elite men's race earlier today, but I think that was a pretty clear indication of who the best climbers in this race are. Seeing that group of 5 that made it, including Aliyah Shafi and a whole bunch more.
Ya, unos noticias en español. Ahorita estamos viendo el grupo principal, la cabeza de la carrera, que incluye todos los primeras corredoras que están peleando para la general. Hablamos con Emily Ehrlich en la salida. Estaba diciendo que pues es difícil para subir en esta largo subida porque estaba enfocada en la pista. Entonces no tuve mucha oportunidad para entrenar en las subidas. Entonces estaba riendo un poco que nomás va a disfrutar esta etapa. También hablé con Paula Gil Echevarria. Salió en tercer lugar en el tercer etapa. Está en el grupo principal ahorita. Y también salió bien en el primer línea de montaña. Marlise Mejías de Cuba ya logré el camiseta de puntos de clasificación para Virginia Blue Ridge 2028. Vamos a ver cómo sale en la general, porque ahorita está en tercer lugar, 1 minuto 38 segundos abajo, detrás de su compañera Emily Ehrlich. Pero la principal que todos están viendo es Lauren Stevens, porque después de una grande carrera en Silver City, que ganó unas etapas muy duras con muchas subidas, muchos altitud, pues vamos a ver cómo sale hoy en esta etapa reina para el último día corriendo Tour de Bloom. So just a quick update in Spanish. We'll see what happens as the road continues to go up, Brad.
We are, I think, about to see that selection made again here as, again, they get ready for the second and final QOM. This is where it really starts to get steep here. You can see the sort of immediate increase in gradient right here. And this is where riders are start to get dropped off the back of the group. So hold on tight. This is their second time up to Category 2 Joe Miller climb. And that means that we're about 30 minutes away from hitting the final climb of the day. Becca, we've also been monitoring the Best Young Rider competition. Mia Asseltine has been the real standout there in the white jersey for the competitive edge racing team. Sounds like she's hanging in there. She was 9th in the QOM up and over, so that means that she just missed that selection, 8th, in that first QOM up and over. So she would have just missed that front selection with 5 riders, but she was in that second group that made it back on to the front group. So all things considered, sounds like Mia Asseltine having a pretty good day in the white jersey as well.
Another young talent that's coming up. She's originally from Littleton, Colorado. It's her first time racing Bloom. She just, all smiled and ready to go this afternoon. We're so used to the ladies racing in the morning. It was nice to flip it for this final day. But yeah, a very talented young rider. Excited to see where she goes in her career. But yes, she's had a great ride this week here with competitive edge racing.
Great chance to highlight yourself against an incredibly strong field. That's the other draw here at Tour de Bloom, the chance to race against a high caliber of rider. I mean, you're talking about taking riders like Lauren Stevens and Marlise Mejías and Aliyah Shafi to the line on some of these big climbs. That'll make you a better bike racer real quick if you're looking for some riding at the high level. I was talking earlier about how great it must be to come out here and just ride your bike without having to race it. Looks like some beautiful roads all week, really. Includes the downtown Wenatchee criterium. I might have to make that one in person next year. But this one's got me rethinking doing this one remote this year, Rebecca.
We definitely need you to come over here next year. It's beautiful. And not only are the roads great, they're wide, they have great pavement. The weather is perfect. A lot of places further south are getting pretty warm. I'm from the border in Texas right now, and we're already reaching 90 degrees and above. And so it's nice to kind of take a break from that heat and that wind and dust down south to come up to Washington and just feel the cool air. There's still snow up on the mountains, as we saw in the men's race, and you'll get to see a little bit later as these ladies continue to climb up the road. But yes, a beautiful area. The apple orchards are just everywhere. They're surrounding the whole town and the valley. It's really, really nice.
I know some elevation going to come into play here. They're not really at a high elevation in terms of sea level. They pick up, though, just under 9,000 feet of total elevation gain today. A lot of that is right here on this QOM on the way up, and then obviously the last 2,000 or 3,000 feet come with the final climb of the day on the way up. Any sense of wind conditions up there, Rebecca? I know you were on site for both the elite men's finish and elite women's finish. We saw changing conditions yesterday in the individual time trial as the day went on. Is that the same case today? Is it getting any windier up there at the finish?
Actually, it's beautiful. You can hardly feel a breeze. There's a slight cool breeze, but other than like the wind that we had yesterday, not at all. It's just been really nice, which plays into the heat for the riders as they're working hard climbing and talking about those eye socks and keeping their core cool coming up this long climb. And a lot of them are coming straight from Gila, as you know, so that's about a 2,000 feet difference in elevation. The finishing climb up here is about 4,500, 4,700 feet. So those riders from Gila, they have a little bit more altitude, racing at altitude, but also some tired legs coming into this week.
Aegis back on the front here. I did see Lauren Stevens taking a brief look off to the side. Just jumping out very quickly. I think just surveying things, maybe seeing who followed her. But she's going to use these teammates as much as she can because she's not going to be able to use them much on the final climb. I don't know that having riders with you is going to do you much good there, so probably just want to use Hall and Sheridan as much as you can down here on the lower slopes before it just turns into a every rider for themselves situation on the final climb.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Aaliyah Shafi has a Minora Minagawa that we saw doing well at Gila just about a week ago. So we'll see. It's really going to depend on, how many teammates the leaders have left with them in the next 5-6 kilometers, and see who's isolated rather. But as we've seen many times before, Lauren Stevens, she can definitely hold her own. It's not something that obviously her teammates are very important and a huge help to her throughout the week. But if she is isolated, she leans on that experience, but also that the leg that she's built and the experience that she's built over her career to really know tactically where to be and how to pace herself for the finish.
Here we go, starting to see the impacts of this second QOM on the way up as gaps start to form at the back. They are starting to fall off the tempo. I think Aegis has lifted the speed here a little bit as well. That's probably partially contributing to the situation that we're starting to see at the back here. But this is down to maybe 30 riders left in this group now. It'll be 20 soon, then 15, then 10. And then if things go the way they did the first time up and over, down to 5. We'll see if they regroup over that QOM before they hit the bottom of the final climb. But last time we saw them, that group was able to get a pretty clear separation. They gave up the ghost on trying to hold that gap. They weren't real interested in staying away, but there was definitely a clear selection on the way up. You see Mejias in the green jersey jumping out now. She's fighting her way back up to the front. Emily Ehrlich also trying to get there. Remember, she's going to be the wild card here in the pink jersey as to whether or not and how long she can hang with this group. That's her right on the wheel of Mejias right there, doing a nice job of holding on to what she needs to here on the way up. But Aegis going to try and shake her here as Lauren Stevens tries to claw that pink jersey back today. Fount waiting in the wings back there as well with Shafi. Here goes another big one from Aegis. That's Stevens in the white jersey with the polka dots, second position right now. Shafi in the black helmet, dark green off to the left-hand side of the picture. Here's the selection being made right here. This is it. They're down to call it 8 in the front group. Ehrlich's still there, hanging on. Ooh, what's this off to the side? I think that was Mejias. What happened there? Got gapped off just a little bit, but back to work. That puts Ehrlich in trouble as well because Ehrlich was trying to follow the Mejias wheel. That's going to be it for, looks like, both of them, at least on the way up and over this QOM. So now Ehrlich going to try and pace Mejias back up. Meanwhile, at the front, Sheridan, Stevens, Hall, Shafi, and I think that's Paula Heel over on the right-hand side of the picture, left-hand side of the group. Those two just dangling off the back are pink and green. They have now left this front group as Lauren Stevens on her quest to pick up maximum QOM points, but I think probably more importantly, to try to pick up the pink jersey. She got rid of Mejias. She got rid of Ehrlich. Now Aaliyah Shafi is going to be her next target here. Stevens and Shafi are separated by about 24 seconds. So that means that Aaliyah Shafi is going to have to pull out a 24-second stage win over Lauren Stevens today.
Estamos viendo el grupo principal, el equipo Aegis Cycling Foundation. Empezó un ataque que pues el tiempo empezó muy duro para el grupo de atrás y ya aumentando una ventaja. Y ya tenemos como 5 o 6 corredores en el grupo principal. Lauren Stevens está ahí liderando la camiseta de las montañas, pero en la general está atrás 1 minuto 13 segundos. La ventaja está Emily Ehrlich, que está liderando en el camisa rosa. Pero detrás de ella y quien está con ella en este grupo es Aaliyah Shafi, de Fount Cycling Guild. Y ella tiene casi 24 segundos ventaja atrás de Stevens. Entonces, y toda esta temporada estaba saliendo primero y segundo en las carreras antes. Hasta esta carrera, el tercer lugar, el tercera etapa, el segundo etapa en el centro de Wenatchee, cuando vimos el criterium, Aaliyah Shafi ganó, pero en este momento va a ser, creo, muy difícil para Shafi para dejar a Stevens como pensando cómo fuerte Stevens va esta temporada. Entonces vamos a ver, y también Stevens queda con dos otras compañeras en este grupo. Yo creo que estoy viendo casi tres, y no sé si no se ve si hay otro compañera con Aliyah Shafi. Entonces está sola en esta grupo. Ya Stevens tiene dos otras del equipo. Entonces vamos a ver qué sale de este grupo, o si este grupo es el grupo que va a llegar en la meta. All right, so just a quick update for our Spanish followers on this attack from, or well, this raising in the pace that just blew away the front group. And now Aliyah Shafi, it looks like she's isolated now in this front group.
Got her work cut out for her here. Big question I'm watching here is, does this group now let that second group come back like they did the first time, or are they going to keep hammering it this time and keep the separation clear?
Well, Lauren Stevens is in a pretty good position here. If it's correct that I see she still has two teammates with her in this front group. They're going to want to keep Aliyah Shafi isolated.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for them. I don't know that Lauren Stevens really needs much help, but it's nice to have in this scenario. So back to the same five here that were off the front earlier. Little effort going here by Aegis.
I'm going to see if we can get a current gap in the numbers in this break from our radio tour.
I can probably guess. Actually, I think I can tell you everyone in this breakaway. It's going to be Lauren Stevens, Aliyah Shafi, Frankie Hall. The other Aegis jersey that's going to be left here is Catherine Sheridan, and then I'm pretty sure that's Paula Heel in the Valkyr cycling kit just towards the back there. So that would make the five. And it looks like 25, maybe 30 seconds. They're pretty well up there at this point. Now, they started playing games last time. They pretty much completely gave up this tempo. Kind of starting to do it again. You see how they're snaking all over the road here, kind of looking around, not really sure who's going to be in charge. It has to be the Aegis team. I mean, in this scenario, I see no one else that would be responsible for driving the tempo here other than Aegis, with 3 out of the 5 riders in here. I mean, it's really going to be up to Shafi and Kiel to try to cooperate against them.
Yeah, we'll see if we'll have a repeat podium from Sunday, but and also if Shafi and Kiel, will work together. I mean, they almost have no choice against the 3.
Yeah, it's the only way you're going to have a chance against Lauren Stevens here. There's another look at the front of the chasers behind them. But if Lauren Stevens is going to hammer the tempo on the front like this, that group probably ain't coming back.
Well, we know the gap is at least a minute. I mean, they wouldn't put the cars behind them if the gap was under a minute. So,
yeah, they're gone. They are just hitting mile 38.6 at the end of the feed zone there that they just went by. 55.7 miles of total racing today. So about 17-ish miles of racing left to go here. And now the question becomes, not only how do you beat Lauren Stevens here, but how do you beat her by 20-plus seconds if you're Aliyah Shafi? And unfortunately for Shafi, I think the answer is you got to attack. You got to attack early, and you got to try and find a weakness, of which there are very few for Lauren Stevens here.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's been a great battle since we saw just a few weeks ago in California between the two. So it's been exciting to see, but it's a hard task ahead for Shafi, that's for sure.
Here's a little attack starting to get spicy up at the front of this group. I think that was Aegis hitting it again. Did confirm QOM results. Looks like Lauren Stevens once again sweeping maximum points there. I think that's going to lock up Polka Dot Jersey competition. Again, focus is now on this final climb. They are suffering on the way up here. It's going to get a whole lot worse. And for us fans, it's going to get a whole lot better. These five still together. The course marshal there, I thought he was going to warn him about one of the cattle guards on the course here, but oh yeah, letting him know there is a cattle guard coming up here. They have laid some decking over the top for the riders. They just have to make sure they stay to the right of those cones. So good job by the organizers there to make sure that that was well marked and the riders were aware. So that is mile 39.6, call it mile 40, with 55.7 total. So a little over 15 miles of racing to go here. Getting down to it on the final day of the 2025 Tour de Bloom after 5 days of racing. This one going to come down to about a 20-second gap between Lauren Stevens in this group and Aliyah Shafi in this group. Big Roger's going to use this opportunity to grab some service here as they are just about 10 miles away now from making that left-hand turn onto Squilchuck Road, which really starts the beginning of the 5-mile climb. So they got about 5 or 6 more miles of these rolling hills. They're going to make that left, and then a little bit after they make that left-hand turn, it's on to the final climb. Confirming QOM results from that first climb. Frankie Hall going to take maximum points. Lauren Hall got second on that one, and then Leah Shafi third to add 9 points to her QOM total. Paula Heel at 7 points. Then Catherine Sheridan fifth across the line at that QOM about 20 minutes ago to pick up 5 points.
Well, and Brad, judges are saying that there's a two-way tie between Stevens and Hall, so guess it doesn't matter. It's still within the team, but preliminary results are showing a two-way tie at this point.
And there will be some mountain points available on the line, so that's going to come down to the finish result for our QOM leader, or winner, I should say, on the final day. Looks like Aegis got this right where they want it. They just got to decide who's going to be wearing that jersey on the podium now.
Yeah, we'll see with those points available on the line. If Ehrlich is behind, we don't know the gap yet, although, I mean, it's at a minute so far just because of the vehicles in the gap. But if Stevens is our virtual pink at the moment, then maybe it's a both jerseys for the team, but we will see.
I have a feeling once this separation happens, it just gets bigger and bigger. So I would say you can go ahead and call Lauren Stevens your virtual leader right now because this gap is just going to get bigger as they make their way up. So we will keep an eye on that gap. Again, Ehrlich starts the day a minute 13 ahead of Lauren Stevens, but on this final climb, especially seeing that they're already putting time into the group behind him, I wouldn't be surprised to see Stevens go a minute 13 out, maybe even before they get to the bottom of the climb. We're going to try and pick them back up as live images become available, but 5 riders away, your front group making their way to the final climb. Back to live images of your front group on the way up to the top of the final climb. Not sure if they have made the left-hand turn onto Squilchuck Road yet. We lost them for a little bit there. We'll try and get some landmarks here, figure out where they are here. But this is the same group of 5 that we saw escape earlier and still away. I'm assuming widening their lead over the chasers behind them. It includes the polka dot jersey of Lauren Stevens, who is also going to be your virtual GC leader on the road. Aaliyah Shafi is the fount rider in there, also giving it a go here in the group. Stevens has 2 teammates with her in Catherine Sheridan and Frankie Hall. And then Polly Heel is the other rider in here over to the left-hand side, hanging tough for the Valkyr cycling team. That's your situation right now at the front, and they are, again, I'm not sure if they're on the climb here, but once they do, 5-mile finishing climb on the way up.
Yeah, we're looking for a road marker here, but yeah, it looks like, I'm guessing maybe 10 kilometers from the finish, give or take.
All right, so about 10K to go. That'll be maybe 20 minutes of racing. Almost looks like a pace line here, as seems like they're taking turns up on the front. Again, the pressure is most certainly on Aegis and Lauren Stevens in this scenario. They're in charge of this breakaway for sure, making up more than half of it in a 5-rider breakaway. Shafi may be resigning here and thinking, you know what, I'm not going to make up the 25 seconds over Lauren that I need today, but I can win the last day. So I think as we get closer and closer to the summit, as it becomes less and less likely that you're going to see any major gaps in this group, I think riders start to think more and more about what a stage win could look like for them today.
Yeah, I think the 24 seconds is going to be a hard task at this point for Aaliyah Shafis, but definitely a stage win. She already has one on her belt this week, winning the crit on Saturday. So definitely a stage win would be definitely a success at this point, looking at the makeup of this break.
Quick little chat with the team car for Catherine Sheridan. Getting some final instructions. They'll be well fueled in this group because they got the cars with them now, so it'll be really easy to feed out of this group of 5. Anything that they want, they'll have in this scenario.
Well, and they said at the start of the stage that feeding was extended for this stage, primarily I think due to the heat, but we'll see when feeding will end. Typically it's 20K to the finish.
I wouldn't worry too much about these gaps opening up here. This is just figuring out the rhythm of how they're going to ride this descent. This looks like another great descent to work your way down here, especially with full use of the roads like these riders have at Tour de Bloom. got out ahead of our lead group. You saw all those cars lined up behind him. Only going to be 3 team cars in the gap right now because Aegis servicing 3 out of the 5 in the breakaway here.
A nice shot of the valley before they start the final climb. It's a good point to remind folks that we will have a lot of post-race coverage on our website and on our social channels. Lots of interviews that we still are going to share with the folks, as well as galleries, post-race reports, and of course we're going to be posting highlights of every stage. So lots to look at. The Tour de Bloom doesn't quite, it ends today, but there's still lots to come from us here in Washington.
Just rolling past some of these storied orchards of Washington State right now. Cool to get such an iconic experience on this course. See a little shuffling around going on in this group. I think they're just coming off of that little descent section. Still haven't seen the left-hand turn onto Squilchuck Road. I think that might be at the bottom of this descent on the way down. Easily gonna hit 50 miles an hour on the way down here. Rebecca, I heard in the pre-race instructions, sounds like they are enforcing the super tuck and puppy paw rule pretty heavily.
Yeah, wanting everybody to stay safe on these descents. Although the descent's not quite as technical as what we see in New Mexico, but definitely long winding descents before going into the final climb.
Keeping the pressure on in this group. I think this is Shafi up towards the front. This would be an easy section to take it easy, right? You can clearly see at least a minute gap behind them. They've got the cars in there. It's probably more like a minute 30, maybe 2. This would be easy to start playing games in this group and think I'm just going to sit back, kind of try and save my legs, but that means that everyone else gets to save their legs, and that's a problem for riders like Aaliyah Shafi here. So I think she wants to try and keep this tough. It's probably the only way you're going to beat Lauren Stevens. Don't let Stevens take you to this climb with fresh legs, because you know what's going to happen there. But if you can try and wear her out, get her in a tough spot before the climb, you might have a chance of slaying the Goliath that is Lauren Stevens on a climb. I guess that was that left-hand turn. So I think we are starting to climb now up to the summit. Call it 5 miles of racing to go. Here goes Lauren Stevens. She's going to attack right from the bottom of this climb. Caught those riders off guard. It took Shafi and Heel a little bit of time to respond to this one. They're going to be able to get there, but not without a price. Lauren Stevens going to take it to him early on the climb here. Now does she stay on it? It's going to be it for Catherine Sheridan. I think she's done all she could do for Lauren Stevens today. Call that mission accomplished. Got to the bottom of the climb. Stevens knew she was going to launch right there, so Sheridan not done fighting, though. She's going to try and fight her way back in here. Love the effort here.
Well, we saw Leah Shaffey go to the front there, so I think it's going to be a very exciting battle in these final kilometers to the finish. But we'll see how long Frankie Hall can hold on with these three.
Justice Sheridan gets back in. Here goes Lauren Stevens again. They caught her once. Let's see if they can catch her again. So here we go. This is the crucial moment in the Tour de Bloom Queen stage here. Into the final day. You are watching the GC situation happen right now at 10 kilometers to go to the summit. Aaliyah Shafi has just been dropped, and now Lauren Stevens on her way up to the summit. See if we can get up to Stevens here. There we go. And now Stevens got a nice little gap. I think those are her Aegis teammates behind her. I'm not sure what happened to Paula Giel in those attacks.
Well, we saw Paula Lauren for a little bit when Aaliyah Shafi was dropped, but I think she's back there maybe with Frankie Hall, I think. Because then it's Aaliyah Shafi and then Sheridan behind her, if I'm correct.
Right. That makes sense because we did see Sheridan back there, so it's got to be Paula Heel with Frankie Hall right here. So that means that Heel going to have a chance to move up on GC here. Maybe get into a top 20 ride here. Starts the day.
Yeah, she was just, I was looking at that. She was 24th at the start of the day for Miss Paula.
Going to start the day 11th on GC. She begins 4:37 down.
4:37.
She's going to pass Anna Hicks. She's going to pass Georgia Bond. She's going to pass Lorena Villamazar. She's going to pass Jamie Chapman. I'm not so sure about Mia Abseltine at 3:41 down. I'll bet you Mia has a good ride on this final climb. And then Marlies Mejias, Aaliyah Shafi, and Lauren Stevens. So she might get up into fourth place here. Certainly going to move up on GC. So Paula Heel will have at least something to show for her time in the breakaway. But nobody will be rewarded more than Lauren Stevens, who is now 9K away from winning the final stage.
Look at that cadence. Shows you, gives us an idea of just how hard this climb is.
She's going to be wishing she could deviate into those sprinklers right now, as they're pretty much at the peak temperature for the day. Rebecca, does it get any cooler on the way up? Are we expecting hot temperatures at the finish as well?
Oh, it's a lot cooler at the, well, definitely cooler at the top. I don't know how much cooler it is from where they are as hard as they're working right now, but it's definitely a cool breeze up here and snow right behind us. So I'm sure they'll be thankful for that once they arrive.
Wide range of temperatures, microclimates even on today's stage. So we are actively working to get you that live video back as Lauren Stevens has attacked the group. Here she is. We're also going to be looking for distance markers on the side of the road. Keep you updated on distance to go here. They're going to bring the team car right up to her. Not much you can tell Lauren Stevens right now. I think she's got a pretty good idea of what she's doing here.
When she decides to go, it's pretty hard to catch her at this point. Her director sportif, Lee Whaley, talking to her from the car there. Her Aegis Cycling Foundation. Of course, many domestic racing fans know Lee from the DNA Pro Cycling program that closed at the end of last season.
Let's see if we can get a read on this time board here. I don't know if you could see that time board, Rebecca.
No, I'm having a hard time myself. And we're waiting to get a gap from radio to, okay, let's see. Maybe 50 seconds or 40 seconds ahead of the chase. Well, 50 seconds ahead of the I guess what's left of the peloton, and then I guess the chase group of including Aliyah Shafi is probably 10 seconds. So I think that she has 10 seconds ahead of what was left of that break.
Well, the situation is going to change rapidly out there today, so whatever information we have, if you don't like it, it's like weather in the Midwest, just stick around a few minutes, it'll change eventually.
We've had such a wide range of weather here, and not very far. I mean, you drive like 20, 30 miles and you're up in the mountains, or you're by Lake Wenatchee, or you're in Waterville where it's really hot and dry and windy. And so there's a wide range of weather and terrain here that just has made such a great 5 days of racing for this first year that the race has been UCI.
Well, it certainly attracted a world-class field as well, including this star on our screen right now as Lauren Stevens, again, not only looking for a stage win here, she's wearing the QOM jersey, current Queen of the Mountain leader, but she's trying to take this pink off the back of Emily Ehrlich, who has not been seen in the front group for a while. She is your virtual leader on course, which means if we stop this race right now, Lauren Stevens would move into pink, but she's still got 7, maybe 8K to go. Haven't seen a distance marker in a while. We'll get you an update when we can. But one thing's for sure, Stevens is doing what she does best, and that's climb solo.
Well, and also if she makes it to the finish first, I mean, she'll get the Queen of the Mountain jersey as well with those points available at the finish. So coming away with 2 jerseys at the end of this, if she's able to continue, which I don't doubt that she will, but we'll see in these next few kilometers. Wow, look at that gap.
Stevens, such a distinctive climbing style as well. She spends a lot of times on the tops up there. Really a true endurance athlete. That's also why she has been so successful on the gravel side of things as well. That's the other part of her racing career and season, is she does a lot of these long distance gravel events. So relatively speaking, it's a short day for her today, but when it really comes to long endurance efforts, that's where she shines.
Well, and we have Unbound coming up not too far away. We spoke to some of the men after the finish, like Tim McBurney, for example, is headed that way after he goes back home from Washington. So. Estamos viendo, I'm sorry, estamos viendo a Lauren Stevens, corredora de Aegis Cycling Foundation, que atacó a 3 kilómetros atrás y ya tiene una ventaja casi 30 segundos más o menos. No tenemos, no estamos seguros, pero cuando vimos esa ventaja, una ventaja grande para esta campeona de muchos años corriendo como profesional. Ahorita es el camiseta rosa virtual. También si termina primero, va a ganar también la clasificación de las montañas.
Looks like Stevens maybe starting to suffer a little bit here. I'm starting to see those shoulders rock a little bit side to side. But I would say at this point, she deserves a little grace on the form after what she's been through this week.
For sure, and coming straight off Gila, she won there, but yeah, long couple of weeks of racing, and also as we discussed the previous stages, also the travel between the two. So a lot of the riders are joking that this is the third week of their North American Grand Tour here in Washington.
It's kind of cool what we sort of developed in the U.S. here in the early part of the season. They got a really nice block of racing that these road teams can do, and it really sort of wraps up with Tour de Bloom here, and then a lot of these American riders will be national championships, their next big target at the end of this month. So it's really a perfect sort of prep for nationals to get a good block in.
For sure. So it seems that half of the peloton is, or at least the American side, is prepping for nationals, while the other half is prepping for Unbound. So a wide range. We're still waiting on the gap. As soon as we get that information, we'll share that with you. But definitely a very strong ride yet again from Lauren Stevens.
Stevens going to get a time check here. I think that was a thumbs up to probably the regulator giving her a gap there. Nice to see those folks out enjoying the race, coming by their driveway, it looks like. Nice place to live up here. Stevens going to take that in stride and redouble her efforts a little bit here out of the saddle. Maybe sensing that that gap was a little smaller than she had hoped or anticipated. Thinking she could put a little more sauce on this one. All right, I think we are going to lose video into the last 5K. We'll try and get a camera up to the finish. We were able to pick them up for the top of the men's race, but here's Lauren Stevens back.
Yeah, Brad, we're starting to see motos come into the finish, so I expect that the final 3K, we're going to have a little breakup in our picture here, so we'll try to bring as much information as we can.
Remember, Stevens needs 24 seconds over Shafi. That is well past 24 now, looking back behind our leader on course here. So unless Aliyah Shafi has an incredible ride over the next kilometer or so, it looks like Lauren Stevens is riding her way to a second stage race victory in as many weeks after a win at the Tour de Gila last week. Looks like she is back on form here at Tour de Bloom for another GC win. Sounds like Stevens getting a time check of saying 55. Oh, they're going to kick this car out because it just went under a minute. That's what's happening here. Time gap, yep. Time board going to show them a 55-second gap, and because they're under 55, they're going to ask her team car, I think, to leave the gap. Or maybe just telling the car to get back a little bit. I don't know. It seemed like the comments are rushed up with urgency. We have a rough picture of the situation behind Lauren Stevens. We think that the Aegis riders are still together behind her with Aliyah Shafi hanging on to that. Paula Giel is going to be behind Shafi. And then they're reporting a few stragglers, including Kim Stoveld at 60 seconds back behind them. So that's going to be about 2.5 behind Stevens here.
Yeah, it looks like Shafi and Frankie Hall are together behind Stevens, about 55 seconds back. We're going to do our best to bring live interviews. If we're not able to, because of the spotty coverage here at the finish, we will have them on Instagram.
All right, we'll keep an eye out there. Lauren Stevens just hit 5K. We just saw her go past the 5K marker, so she is on her way up to you at the finish, Rebecca, and looking like she's going to have a nice, comfortable 50-plus second lead if things hold the way they are right now.
An incredible finish yet again from Stevens. It's so great to see a rider like her racing, continuing to race here at home after spending some time on the world tour and having these other riders in the peloton, these young talent that we have, getting to experience the opportunity to race against a rider of her caliber and seeing kind of the level that they should expect if and when they should move over to Europe. So it's exciting to have somebody like her racing with us here at Tour de Bloom. Great to see another incredible performance here only a week later after Tour de Gila.
We saw our finish cam up at the top, a dusty gravel finish coming across the line. It's only gravel for really the last little bit as they deviate off of the main road here. Pavement on the way up is decent. We saw some really incredible pavement yesterday and the day before. They picked some amazing roads to race on this week. But we'll get a little rough towards the top. Lauren Stevens will be just fine. In fact, I would say maybe the most comfortable rider in this race on the dirt.
Yeah, there's a couple 100 meters of gravel. It's pretty packed, bit of rocks, but not too shabby. The guys didn't have much of an issue with it, so I doubt the women will once they finished. So they're saying that Paula Gil and Frankie Hall had hit the 5K mark.
All right, so they're not that far behind Stevens, maybe about a minute and a half, something like that.
Yes, and we're trying to confirm exactly where Aliyah Shafi is at this moment, but yeah, radio just confirming that Frankie Hall and Paula just passed the 5K mark, so just about hovering around a minute behind Stevens.
Shafi looked like she was going backwards quickly when we last saw her, so wouldn't be surprised if she ends up linked up with another smaller group behind the Frankie Hall and Paula Heel group. So that's going to be second and third on the road. This is your race leader in two senses of the word, stage leader today, and also on her way to a GC win while in the polka dot jersey. We should also point out that there is currently a tie in the polka dot jersey competition. That's going to be broken on finish order at the line because Lauren Stevens is tied with her Aegis teammate Frankie Hall. And something tells me that Stevens is going to be holding that polka dot jersey on the final podium here. Road going to open up a little bit here. I think that is probably going to be the 3K marker. Is that what that says? 4K? Yeah, 4K to go here. Stevens still tapping out the tempo here. Hasn't really changed her form since she got onto this climb. This is just the Lauren Stevens riding style, and it's won a lot of bike races. Be curious to hear how Lauren compares this week to last week's Tour de Gila victory and Tour de Gila route. They had a lot of similar days like they have here at Tour de Bloom, including this Queen stage today. This is probably somewhat similar to the Mogollon climb. It's a 7-mile climb, I think, in Gila, 5 miles here. So that is obviously right in her sweet spot, right where Lauren Stevens is one of the best in the world, I would maybe even say, at these I guess, American-style climbs. It's certainly not like the alpine climbs in Europe. Nothing like you're going to find in the Alps or the Dolomites, but it's a unique style of climbing, that's for sure.
All right, Brad. Well, I am going to bid adieu to try to get ready and hopefully bring you some live interviews. And if not, we'll have those interviews loaded on Instagram soon after. But we'll thank you very much for this week of commentating. It's been a true pleasure to work with you this week.
Appreciate your hard work. We'll look for those interviews, whether it's live or on Instagram. Great work this week. That is Rebecca Riza signing off and getting ready to head to the finish to grab some interviews with this woman who is now about 3.5 kilometers away from reaching the summit. Her final pedal stroke of the 2025 Tour de Bloom. The road starts to flatten out a bit here as they go into like 2 and 3K to go, and then it gets even worse for the last kilometer or two. So hopefully for Lauren's sake, she can tick through these next couple kilometers quickly and get onto that last steep section. Doing our best to try and get some race radio updates on the situation unfolding behind. There's the 3K marker right there. Not sure if there's been any separation between Frankie Hall and Paula Giel. At our last update we got, Hall and Giel were together, well behind Lauren Stevens here, but that is going to set up a good battle for second place on the day today. Steven's starting to push a little bigger gear here. Slower cadence on the way up. Sounds like Paula Giel has gone to 1:40 back right now. So that's going to lock in GC for Stevens. I'm not sure if Giel has gapped Frankie Hall or not. Sounds like Catherine Sheridan going to be third place on the road right now. Then they're reporting Aaliyah Shafi, which sounds like has linked up with Minoru Minagawa and Kim Stoveld for automatic racing. So that'll be the battle for fifth place being fought between Fountain Automatic with Minagawa and Shafi, finding Kim Stoveld on their way up. A little further back at 2:35 behind your leader comes the group of Mahias, Hicks, Catherine Rush, and Jamie Chapman. They're at 236 back in what would be the battle for 8th place, starting with Marleas Mejias back there. Then I'll go even further back at 5 minutes to check. That sounds like we're getting an update here from Com 1. And they're saying Minagawa and Shafi together. Not sure if that means Stoveld is gone and whether she's gone off the front or gone off the back. And looks like we might lose Stevens into the last kilometers here. Into a little bit of a dark zone. 2 kilometers to go to the line here. Lauren Stevens almost there, onto the steepest slopes of the finish now. Trying to get some text updates for you as well in the situation behind Stevens here. Going just over 3 hours on the clock here. They are a little bit behind, I think, the anticipated time, which was probably based on last year's time. It's been a great racing dynamic here. The way we watched Fount contribute to the aggressiveness of this racing, and then Lauren Stevens using her tactical savvy and raw power to do the efforts just where she needed, although this Aegis team deserves a ton of credit. The fact that they were able to get 3 out of the 5 isolated into the final group speaks a lot about the strength Lauren Stevens built around her, with Frank Hall and Catherine Sheridan, her last lieutenants, into the hills. It says a lot about her ability to build teammates that she trusts and build a team that can execute what she needs. That allowed her to attack at the bottom of this climb, and that was it. As we saw at the beginning of the end for the rest of the riders, while Stevens attacked from about 5 miles out, got solo at 4 miles out, and they haven't seen her since. There's your 1K marker. So now Lauren Stevens just a couple minutes away from crossing her final finish line of the 2025 Tour de Bloom. And I love this. Even with a minute and a half lead, she's still going to hammer it all the way up to the top. Stevens really got only one speed, and that's full gas in this scenario. Get one last look behind her at absolutely nothing. She has blown the doors off of this race. Going to be well out of sight on the way up. She turns in another dominant performance inside 800 meters now. You can see some of that gravel that we talked about at the finish line. It's really just this last section. They kind of make a left-hand turn right at the beginning of that fence line there. You'll see that in a little bit. But for now, on some nice smooth pavement. Into the last 500 meters now. This is where it starts getting rough. Onto the dirt. Unfortunately, our moto going to have to deviate there. And that means that we will pick up Lauren Stevens on her way to an overall victory at the 2025 Tour de Bloom. There she is in the polka dot jersey, but she will exchange polka dots for pink at the summit of today's stage, the Ed Ferrar Memorial Race. Done and dusted for Lauren Stevens, stage winner and 2025 Tour de Bloom champion.
Go to the motorhome. Amazing. Let's go. Okay, wait for that. Oh, okay.
Clock has started for the chasers behind her, but again, we're thinking at least a minute and a half, maybe two. Not sure if we're going to see Paula Giel or Frankie Hall next. Our last check, I think they were together. This one is really blown up. Com1 is reporting they are 5 minutes back behind. They usually kind of try and hang with like the biggest, what could be considered group on the road. So Lauren Stevens going to win this one by a pretty good margin today. It's going to go over 2 minutes for Stevens. Clock still ticking. I think this one might be 5 minutes. Holy moly. All right, here we go. This is going to be, I think this is going to be Palasides. Yeah, that's a Valkyrie kit. And Palasides going to take second on the day. She's happy about that. Be 3:15 down on Stevens, but beat Frankie Hall to the line here. So now we start thinking about the gaps between them. Keel's going to move way up on GC here. Started the day at 11th. In fact, I think she's going to pass all these riders and probably move into second overall. Wait for confirmation on that. The one thing I do know for sure, Lauren Stevens is your overall winner. Palasides going to get second on the stage, and now we're waiting on our final stage podium spot. And I think this is going to be Frankie Hall on the way up now. And what a great ride and great week it has been for Hall here, the, again, loyal lieutenant. And I think that's going to be Sheridan right with her. Man, what a week for the Aegis cycling team. Big parts of the overall win here of Lauren Stevens. That is going to be Catherine Sheridan coming through next. So they are going to take 3 and 4 on the day today. But Aegis will lock in the overall podium for Lauren Stevens, your 2025 champ. We're going to see if Rebecca can get some interviews. We're going to let the rest of these riders roll through as we sort out our top 10 overall. But looks like your final pink jersey going to Lauren Stevens. Rebecca will have her shortly. And if you don't see that interview, check it out on Instagram.